students and pupils drawn from the Ghana Education Service in various municipalities with the mass band made up of the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service. Ready for takeover. Lieutenant Commander Bento Jabbar Kofi reporting. May I have your permission to fall in, sir? Aye, sir.
To welcome you to the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. Today, the 7th of March 2020. The 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade will go into the annals of the country as historic. It is the first time being held in Kumasi and the second time outside the capital, Accra. I am Captain Nana Abnada Kwandapa from the Directorate of Public Relations of the Ghana Armed Forces. My co-masters of ceremony are Madam Cassandra Chum Ampofo, the Ghana Education Service Head of Public Relations, and Mr. Jefferson Saki from the Office of the President. Distinguished guests, in all, there will be 36 contingents for this year's 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade. This morning, we are going to have 20 contingents drawn from the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, and the other security services. There are 10 male contingents and 10 female contingents from the Ghana Armed Forces and the other security services on parade. 6 contingents from the Ghana Armed Forces, 4 contingents from the Ghana Police Service, and 2 contingents each from the other security services. We also have 16 contingents from some basic and senior high schools drawn from the Kumasi Metropolis and Kwadaso, Oporikom, and Asukore Mampo municipality, as well as contingents from the Veterans Administration Ghana, the Nation Builders Corps, known to many as NAPCO, representatives from all the 16 regions, and other civil society groups and organizations.
Left, right, left, right, left, right, left.
Distinguished guests, we shall also witness a fly past by the Ghana Air Force, military physical training display, and many other spectacular displays at the appropriate time in the course of the parade. Permit me to acknowledge our proud sponsor, Star Life Assurance, for providing water for all parade rehearsals. For your life insurance policy, please think of Star Life Assurance, your solid partner for life. The 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade will go into the annals of the country as historic. It is the first time being held in Kumasi and the second time outside the capital, Accra. Permit me to read a brief history of the Baba Yara Stadium. The Baba Yara Sports Stadium, formerly known as Kumasi Sports Stadium, is a multi-purpose stadium in Kumasi. It is Ghana's largest stadium with a seating capacity of 40,528. It was originally built by the United African Company in 1957 and inaugurated as a designated football pitch in 1959. The first stands were constructed in 1971. The stadium was rebuilt in 1977. On 12 April 2005, the Kumasi Sports Stadium was renamed under the new Patriotic Party government after Kumasi-born footballer and one of Ghana's illustrious footballers, the late Baba Yara, who was active for the Ashanti Regional from 1955 to 1961 as part of plans to honor distinguished sports heroes and heroines in the country. The Baba Yara Sports Stadium is used mostly for football matches, although it is also used for athletics. It is home of one of Africa's most popular sports club, the Ashanti Regional, as well as King Faisal. And today, it is holding the 63rd independence anniversary of Ghana.
Ladies and gentlemen, be reminded that the theme for this year's anniversary celebration is consolidating our gains. It's the first time that the Ashanti region is hosting the national parade of our independence anniversary. Last year, in 2019, the 62nd independence anniversary was held for the very first time outside the national capital, Accra, in Tamale.
This year's celebration of the 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade is indeed historic. It marks the second celebration outside of the capital city of Ghana since independence. Moving the national celebration to Kumasi is sure to boost the local economy, serve as a symbol of peace and unity, and as well as serve as a perfect opportunity for the region to showcase its rich and diverse cultural heritage to promote local content and tourism.
Gracias. In open order. March. Gracias.
Look at the left and take up your blessing. No more, come slightly. Come back slightly. Still. Two, come back. Still. Follow. Last one, try to see me here. Stand. Stand. The right half. Number two, come forward. Still. Follow. Stand. Stand. The left half. Right. March!
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what's featured as Locally Sergeant Major Chief Command Officer Kubo Anthony, who is also the Chief Command Officer, the FSB Haka, dressed in the parade. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the moment the parade is under the command of the second in command in the Lieutenant of Lieutenant Colonel Fesi Pepera. He is an award student of Corporate College. He comes from Kochi Number 2 in the Ashanti Regional. He has attended all South Forces commensurate with his rank. He was commissioned into the Ghana Army on 16th July 2002. He has a vast civil experience. Notable among them are missions to the United Nations Interim Corps and Lebanon, United Nations Multi-Dimensional Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, United Nations Mission in Liberia, and the United Nations Mission in South Sudan. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration from Brazilian University College. Very shortly, the parade second in command will hand over the parade to the parade commander. The horses on parade this morning were trained by the Staff Sergeant Major One One Nyana Kofi and assisted by One Tasu Okoro Chow, Papa Yuko Ivan, Papa Adam, Papa Usu, and Mr. Alfred Regional. Anytime you find yourself in Accra, you are invited to go and end horse riding at the 3 Mountains Pavilion in Bemaka.
Good morning. Armed forces and other security agencies. The 42 teachers, schools from Ghana Education Service, the mass band made up of the Ghana Armed Forces and the police band on break. Lieutenant Colonel, I have your permission. Go in.
The parade second in command has handed over the parade to the parade commander. He is moving to his position at the right flank of the parade. I will have the request you rise in time to color pass by our location. Personnel available are reminded to pay the appropriate compliment when the last pass by your location.
Color party, march on the colors. Pride, pride. Show, present arms.
Show the arms.
Please use the keypad.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to be arriving soon will be the chairman of the Council of State and the Ashanti Regional, Nana.
Oh, the arms. Stand at ease.
Your Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, the parade commander for Ghana's 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade is Group Captain Nana Edogene.
The arrival of the chairman of the Council of State and the Mahini of the Ashanti Regional, Nana Otuo-Sribo II is arriving. Also arriving, Nana Otuo-Sribo II, chairman of the Council of State and the Manhini of Ashanti Regional, has arrived. Nana, welcome. Arriving now is the Chief Justice, Kwesi Enin-Yeboah. Justice Kwesi Enin-Yeboah succeeded Justice Sofia Kufu as the first male Chief Justice of Ghana in 12 years. Justice Enin-Yeboah was sworn in January this year. Also is the Right Honorable Professor Aaron Michael Okwe, Speaker of Ghana's Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, be reminded that already seated is a former AU chairman, former ECOWAS chairman, our implementer of the National Health Insurance Scheme, a proud son
by the PRO of the Ghana Armed Forces, Commander Veronica Ahen has also joined us in commentary position. Today, the 63rd Independence Anniversary is coming off here in Kumasi, and the traditional authority in Kumasi is very much a part of this. We have also been joined in commentary position by Osebunsu Safo Kantanka. Many people know him as Teacher Kantanka. He is a researcher for the Manshia Palace. He has joined us in commentary position. He researches into language, history, culture, and tradition. My name is Abdul Hayi Mumin. It's a cloudy day ahead of the events. Last night we had some showers here in the Ashanti region, and this promises to be a very exciting day for many of the students who are here to do this for the very first time in their lives. Remember, this is the first time this event is coming to the Ashanti region, and this will be the first time many of these children will be marching in front of a president since Ghana attained independence. The first time it was moved outside of the capital was last year when the 62nd anniversary was celebrated in Kumasi. Selikem, in Tamale, I beg your pardon, you were there in Tamale with me. We did the job together. Does it bring back any nostalgic memories from the Tamale experience?
Tradition and culture. Here we are also seeing a lot of the display of one of the things that the Ashanti region is best known for, which is the kente cloth. A lot of people are trooping in, beautifully adorned.
Right.
The colors are fantastic. The excitement is high, and a lot of people excited that this has come to Kumasi as well.
And if you just joined us, this is GBC's coverage of the 63rd Independence Parade. Already, the Chief Justice of the Republic has arrived. Other dignitaries have also arrived. They will be telling you who has arrived as and when we see them coming in. Commander Veronica Ahen is with the Ghana Armed Forces. Commander, you can take us through what has been happening since morning. We've seen the security personnel take position on the field.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, the security, the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, and then other security services, including students and pupils from the Ashanti region, marched onto the parade. And so now we are receiving dignitaries. And I believe in our shot now is...
And so this is the...
I think in
yes.
our shot now is arrival of Otumfuo Osei Tutu II.
Unfortunately, we have also, for those who just joined us, in commentary position is Nana Osei Bonsusafo Kantanka. He is known as Teacher Kantanka. He is a researcher for the Manshia Palace, and he is here with us also. Teacher Kantanka, what exactly, that's the Otumfuo Asante arriving?
Yeah, you see him arrive with a number of people around him holding shields. This only tells us that we are almost always, all the time ready for battle and to defend ourselves. And in the olden days, before the introduction of guns, they were using shells and swords to fight. So this has not been discarded. It's been used as to remember such occasions. Almost always, when Otumfuo is anywhere, 1,000 shells surround him, and that is why they have Achampemhene in charge. And Achampemhene has always been his own son, who is in charge of 1,000 shells around him, protecting him wherever he goes.
Of course, we also know that Otumfuo Osei Tutu II is the second is the 16th Asante Hene, and he was installed on the 26th of April in the year 1999. By name, he is in direct succession to the 17th century leader of the Ashanti Empire, Otumfuo Osei Tutu I. But this is Nana Asante Hene Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, who has just arrived in at the venue for the 63rd Independence Day Parade. So who else came with him?
He's arriving.
And Ashantis resisted this domination, so that 7 major wars were fought within this period, and it is believed that Ashantis won 3 times and the British 4 times.
Right, and we'll come back to all the things that led to Ghana's attainment of independence. But we're talking about Ghana. Who really are we, and what really does Ghana stand for? Selicam, do we know?
Yes, of course. The Republic of Ghana is located in the West African sub-region along the Gulf of Guinea. It is bordered by Burkina Faso to the north and the Republic of Togo to the east and Cote d'Ivoire to the west. Now, Ghana was inhabited in pre-colonial times by a number of ancient kingdoms. So predominantly the Akan kingdoms, including the inland Ashanti Empire, the Akwemu, the Achim, the Bunuman, the Dinchura, and the Fanti, among others. Non-Akan states created by the Ghana were also existed, as did the Gunja, the Gumba, and others. Now, prior to contact with Europeans, trade between the Akan and various African states flourished due to the Akan's gold wealth. Now, trade with European states began after contact with the Portuguese in the 15th century. You know, the British then established the Gold Coast Crown Colony in 1874 over parts, but not all, the entire country. And the Gold Coast achieved independence from the United Kingdom in 1957, 63 years ago.
All right, and that's exactly why we are here and what we are commemorating at this point in time. But the entire event is in the hands of the Ghana Armed Forces. Commander Veronica with me here in commentary position. So we've seen the military personnel lined up. We've seen the police, fire service, ambulance service, and all the other security agencies lined up. And we've heard about the parade commander. Do we know who he is?
Yes. The parade commander is in the person of Group Captain Edu Jemfi. Let me just give a little background to our parade commander for the 63rd Independence Parade.
Group Commander Edu Jemfi, of course, he is the parade commander, and he has arrived here, and he came together with his parents. Both his mother and his father are here to observe him as he performs that, and it's his father's birthday today as well.
Yes. 84th birthday.
It's 84 years today.
Exactly.
Yes.
So the parade commander is a native of Ashanti Mampong. He was born at Dichemso here in Kumasi to Mr. Kwame Edu Jemfi and Mrs. Joyce Edu Jemfi. He is an old student of TI Hamidiya Secondary School, and during his time he was an assistant school prefect from 86 to 87. Our parade commander is an experienced military transport pilot with over 3,000 flying hours to his credit. He is also a certified flight safety and accident investigator and has conducted several investigations for the UN, for the African Union, for the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, amongst others.
And the crowd, they're excited. One of our dignitaries coming in right now. When our cameras fetch him or her, we will tell you who it is, but obviously an excited crowd as they welcome the dignitaries. And you were telling us about the parade commander today.
Yes, the parade commander commissioned to the Ghana Air Force in 1992, and he is currently the base commander of the Accra Air Force Base. He holds a Master of Science in Strategic Studies from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He also holds another Master of Arts in Peace and Security from the Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia. He also has a postgraduate diploma in public administration from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. He's held several appointments, including the officer commanding the flying wing of the Air Force Base Tamale, Director Air Operations, Joint Operations at the General Headquarters, Bema Camp. He was once a Deputy Director Air Operations in charge of plans at the Air Force Headquarters in Bema Camp. He was also once a Deputy Director Peace Support Operations, also at the Air Force Headquarters. He has also served as a Strategic Aviation Planner, African Union Commission, Addis Ababa, for 3 years.
Well, he has a great experience in the military, and I'm not surprised that he is the parade commander for today, and that tells me we're in very good hands. And and he has adjutants. What's the role of the adjutants on an occasion like this?
Okay, he has the parade 2IC, who is his deputy, and he has the adjutant. The adjutant back in our unit is responsible for the administration of troops, so he sees to the forming up of the personnel on parade. And then the parade 2IC obviously is his deputy. In the unlikely event that something should happen to him, the 2IC will immediately come and stand in, because in the military we believe that there must never be a vacuum as far as command is concerned. So the 2IC deputizes for him, and in the absence of the 2IC, the parade adjutant stands in.
This is GBC's coverage of the 63rd Independence Parade, which is being held here in Kumasi for the very first time. It's the first time the President of the Republic has had to come to the Ashanti Regional capital of Kumasi to host this event. The first time the event was ever taken outside the national capital was last year when it was held in Tamale. Already the economic activities, Selikem, we've seen massive economic activities ongoing right here in Kumasi. Hotels are fully booked, and even at the stadium premises here, the trade, the selling and the buying that's going on here is great.
Yes, as at last night, late into the night, even almost close to 10 p.m., you still had people who had gathered around their wares, covered them with a few bags, just waiting for dawn to unveil them and begin selling. People came with all kinds of things to come and make money, of course. And indeed, we've seen them selling their paraphernalia, especially all the wonderful things that have been made with the Ghana flag. We have some scarves, some hats, and people are buying. The flag itself is being bought keenly. That's the level of excitement here. Also, you find that people who are selling food and all kinds of things are also here just to refresh the crowd who are coming in.
The 63rd Independence Day Parade, the national event being held here in Kumasi. And before the line that we had the opportunity of speaking to many of the students, and they couldn't hide their excitement. For many of them, this day will always remain on their calendars, and they will keep the memories and tell their children's children. And this is the extent to which it is important that these events are held nationwide, I mean across the country, to, if we want the true realization of decentralization, then this is one of them. And a beautiful scene there, Ghanaians dressed in different attires, but significantly and dominating the scene are the colors of the Ghana flag, the red, yellow and green, with the black star in the middle. And I was corrected some time ago that it's not red, yellow, it's actually red, gold, green. And these symbols do represent significant issues in our history. For example, the red, we're told, stands for the blood and toil of our people.
The red stands for the toil and the blood that was shed during our struggle for independence. The green is our forests, and the gold is our mineral. Though gold, it doesn't stand for gold alone, but all minerals.
Okay, all right. Selikem, quickly. Yes, I'll bring in. And so we were talking also about the parade itself, and that's essentially why we are here. The parade commander, we've been told who he is, but you were telling us, Commander Veronica, that he's got deputies. He's got a 2 IC and adjutants. Who are they also?
Second in command is in the person of Lieutenant Colonel Pisi Pipra. He's an old student of Prempeh College. And he comes from Pechi number 2 in the Ashanti region. He's also a past student of, he's undertaken all his courses commensurate with his rank. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration from the Zenith University College and a Teacher's Certificate A from the Presbyterian Training College, and also a Diploma in Public Administration from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. He is currently the appointed commanding officer of the 4th Infantry Battalion, Wadara Barras in Kumasi. He is riding the horse Fear Not.
Asante Hene, in your shot right now a while ago, together with the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Michael Kwe, and we also saw their right there once again. There they are, beautifully representing Asante Man and the Parliament of Ghana. And we see the arrival of, I believe this will be the Vice President arriving. Commander had to call the parade to attention.
Exactly. Whenever any dignitary arrives, the parade commander will have to call the parade to attention to pay compliments. It's a mark of respect. And what we say in everyday parlance, greetings. So you pay compliments whenever a dignitary arrives on parade.
last year on the 62nd occasion Ghana celebrated the independence, the president of Niger was the guest of honor. This time is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. What do we know about him briefly, Selikim?
We are expecting the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, MP, who is the Prime Minister for Trinidad and Tobago, and he arrived in Ghana yesterday. We know that both countries are working at deepening relations, especially with the air bus services. That's an agreement that is being worked on between both countries, and he is expected to be our guest of honor for the 63rd Independence Anniversary.
And this is the arrival of the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmudu Bawumia. He became Vice President of the Republic on the 7th of January in the year 2017. Before then, he had worked in the financial sector. At one point, he was a Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, and he also worked in other African countries as a banker. The Vice President of the Republic, and the national anthem will now be played.
National salute.
And then we have a short version of the national anthem. Commander, you may want to explain to us why we have the national anthem not played even up to the halfway.
Please be seated.
When we have the president on parade, he takes the full anthem, and so the vice takes an abridged version. This has been a tradition that we have observed over the years, and so that is basically to tell you that the full anthem will be played in due course, and that is when the president arrives.
All right, and we've even seen with the Yenara's assassinee, sometimes security personnel do not give the full version. Is it similar to?
It's similar to that. It's similar to that. So normally when you have a more senior person coming, you give an abridged version to those who come ahead. So once the president will be coming, he will be taking the full anthem when he arrives. But if you don't mind, I can give a brief profile of the adjutant. Yes. The parade adjutant for today is Lieutenant Commander Jabbar Kofi Bentel. He attended TI Ahmadiyya Secondary School here in Kumasi, and during his time he was an assistant hall prefect. He commissioned in 2010 into the executive branch of the Ghana Navy. He's also held several appointments, but time will not allow me to go through. Yes. So all I'll say is that he's currently the executive officer, that's a 2IC, on board the Ghana Navy ship Ya Asantua. He's also had an experience with peacekeeping. But let me add that he holds a bachelor's degree in biological science from the University of Cape Coast and a diploma in law enforcement from the Maneuver Support Center in Missouri, United States. On 7 December 2019, the parade adjutant graduated from the Indian Naval Gunnery School as a gunnery specialist on naval weapon system, and he was adjudged the best international student, and he also won the overall best student in the order of merit. He enjoys volleyball, badminton, and cycling. He is riding the horse Daru, which is also known as Kings, and Daru is 18 years old, and this is his 8th time on parade.
All right, and of course the Vice President arrived a while ago. We've seen other dignitaries. The Ashanti himself is also here. The Speaker of Parliament is here as well. But the guest for this occasion, the guest of honor, is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And Selikem, you were telling us briefly about him.
CNM since May 2010 and was leader of the opposition from 2010 to 2015. He has also served as the member of the House of Representatives from Diego Martin West since 1991. He is a volcanologist who obtained his doctorate in geology, specializing in geochemistry. And of course, Honorable Christopher Rowley arrived in Ghana yesterday together with his spouse and will be gracing the occasion here.
Yes, of course, and it's a beautiful morning here in have not exactly gathered, and so there's no threat of rain, but the sun is also not scorching, and that means that this is a beautiful weather for the students, but also for gathered here. Last year, when it was held in Tamale, the sun was very scorching, and we had a few of those who were on the field to match collapsing, and some were even caught on camera while that happened. We hope that that does not happen here today, because the weather is very friendly. And that brings me, Commander, when you have events like this, how prepared are we to handle cases where sometimes not out of their fault, but situations arise and people just collapse? Do you prepare for these eventualities?
Yes, we do. And so we have health posts.
And that is right there, the wife of the vice president, with her husband. Of course, we told you about his arrival later. We just spotted Hajia Samira Baumia a while ago there, and so she's fully representing on the 63rd occasion.
Yes, we prepare for such eventualities, and this being a national parade, we have NADMO having personnel around to pick anybody who falls. Falling is part of the drill. Sometimes you just can't help it, and then you might fall due to so many things, maybe ill health, sometimes exhaustion. So yes, we have health posts there and persons around to pick them anytime somebody should fall.
We have a lot of people who are sending in comments from across the country, including ministers of state and former ministers of state as well. Honorable Daniel Syme says he's enjoying every bit of the education you are giving out to him right now. He's the former Deputy Upper East Regional Minister, as well as others. And thanks to the whole of Ghana for hooking up to the station of the nation, the station that brings you authentic information. This is GBC, and we are getting ready to receive the President of the Republic, and once the President arrives, the parade will begin. But we are in Ashanti, of course, and so we have Teacher Kantanka. Teacher Kantanka is a researcher for the Mansha Palace, and he's here himself. We have been talking about the Ashanti and the history of the Ashantis in particular, and their contribution to Ghana's independence. And I particularly mentioned Yasantua, great woman in all respects. But we were at the museum of Yasantua. It's nothing to write home about. Yasantua is a few kilometers from Kumasi, and yet it's nothing to write home about. You are a historian, you speak for Mansha. Are you aware of the state of that museum?
Yeah, very much aware, but that museum is in the hands of the government. So we have the Mansha Museum, which is controlled by the king himself, and that is where the difference is. You know, the government has a lot on its hands, and so to go and look at museum, maybe that would be the last thing to look at. That is all the more reason why maybe it is in that state.
Right. On occasions like this, and I'm sure when the president is coming, we're going to see that when Otumfuo was coming, we saw that even on the arrival of some of the dignitaries as well as the personnel, we saw horses accompany them into the premises, and you were even mentioning names of horses. How significant are horses in parades such as these, but also in the general activities of the security agencies in the country?
The use of horses, before we had cars, royals rode on horses, and anytime royals visited other persons, they were always protected. So the horses have been used since time immemorial. So they are very significant and a part of military drill. You know, most of our drills and our traditions, we took them from history. And so they have always been part. Before we had cars, before we had mobile phones, horses were used for communication and for so many other things, for patrols. And so we do not want to leave those history behind. And so they are also part of the parade. And they play very, very important parts.
And there is a cross-section of Ghanaians there, but I can also tell you that across the Ashanti region, all district chief executives, all assembly members from all the districts are here, very well representing. And you can see that this is the stadium, 40,000 capacity Kumasi Sports Stadium. There's the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, and almost every seat has been filled to capacity. On the sidelines and the peripheries of the stadium, you will still find hundreds, perhaps thousands of people doing businesses of all sorts. Those who are selling food and those particularly selling paraphernalia are cashing in. The economic activities in Kumasi, we cannot describe it. Selikem has already told us about that, but you've seen children coming in. When we're taking the stroll around the stadium early this morning, you saw some of the children and you saw the excitement on their faces. What does it tell you about the relocation, so to speak, of activities such as a national event like this one to Kumasi and other places?
It's very significant for people living in other parts of the country, especially outside of the capital, when we begin to relocate these events, because then it draws attention to the fact that Ghana is made up of just more than the capital. There's a lot more going on outside the capital. And what this tends to do is that it brings into sharp focus the history behind the specific regions, the nature, the culture, the people, and the assets of the region as well, including tourism. So I think that this is good for us, as it brings some exposure. And for school children, this is always an exciting feel. This morning by 6 a.m. they were already trooping in. Some of them were seated. As 5:30 a.m. I was surprised to see them seated in the stands and waving their flags even when the parade hadn't begun. So that tells you the level of excitement. But it is a historic event to have to take place outside Accra for the second time.
And we're still getting so many messages from across high-profile Ghanaians as well, telling us they are listening to the commentary and watching their television sets, and they're hooked onto GBC's channels as well. And those who are also listening to us on radio, we thank you for choosing GBC. This is where you get all the authentic information from. So we're waiting for the arrival of the president, but when he arrives, then what?
Yes. Upon the arrival of the president, the parade commander will go and ask permission, and then His Excellency will inspect the contingents on parade. It affords him a closer opportunity of the contingent on parade and also see what's is lined up for him to inspect today. In fact, on parade today, we are having 20 contingents from the Ghana Armed Forces and the other security services. And then we have 16 contingents from primary and secondary schools, as well as other identifiable groups. So immediately Mr. President arrives, he will inspect the contingent and then light the perpetual flame, after which the military personnel and the other security personnel will march off to afford the opportunity for the school children to march past.
And it will be significant to let our audience know the significance of the perpetual flame, what it stands for, and how it even started, perhaps, if we have that information.
Well, as the name depicts, perpetual flame, it is meant to ignite in us the spirit of patriotism, nationalism, anything that we can do as a people to make sure that our country moves forward. That is what that perpetual flame stands for. And so as a people, if in the past we have been doing well, then we need to continue. If what we have done in the past is nothing to write home about, then there is time for us to change and move forward. with a spirit of patriotism.
All right. So the name Ghana came into being 63 years ago, but really, what does Ghana stand for? There are several versions as to how the name Ghana came about. Selikan will be feeding us that information subsequently, but this is the arrival of the... this is the president of the prime minister. Exactly, the prime minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And
Honorable Dr. Christopher Keith Rowley is our special guest of honor at the 63rd Independence Day Parade. He has just arrived. Honorable Dr. Christopher Keith Rowley, MP.
And he arrived in the country last night. In the last few years, Ghana has always invited other heads of state to join us whenever we celebrate our independence, and I believe that that's a very good gesture to show Ghana's relationship with other countries. And in the last few years, Ghana's relationship with Trinidad and Tobago has increased significantly, and the trade activities between the two countries has also increased. Indeed, Ghana has been, and he will take the national salute also.
Please be seated.
That was the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago, and of course he is seen wearing
ladies and gentlemen, accompanying His Excellency Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, MP, is his spouse, Mrs. Sharon Clark Rowley. Let's show them some love, ladies
We know that kente is a type of silk and cotton fabric made of interwoven cloth stripes made and the native to is made in Akan lands such as the Ashanti Kingdom, including the towns of Bunri, Adamase, Sakurawono, and Ntonsu, and in the Krabwe areas of the Ashanti region. It is used in the design of the academic stole in graduation ceremonies. This is a fabric that the Ashanti region is proud to exhibit.
Of the arrival of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, who is the guest of honor for today's parade. Commander was very confident when we saw the vehicles from a distance that this wasn't the President of the Republic of Ghana. And I'm like, okay, so the military people always know what is going to happen even before it happens. How did you know that?
Through rehearsals. When you rehearse, you know what is going to happen before it even happens. And so I know that Mr. President will be escorted by the police mounted squadron. And the mounted squadron was formed in 1940 with 7 horses. And the core mandate of this unit is to provide ceremonial escort, then to the governors and now to our president. And so once I president has arrived.
Right, and so we are now awaiting the arrival of the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The Trinidad and Tobago and his spouse exchanging pleasantries with the Otumfuo as well as the Speaker of Ghana's Parliament, the Chief of Staff at the Office of the President, and other very high-profile government officials and traditional rulers as well. We are in commentary position, of course, with a researcher from the Manshare Palace, and he will be giving us some education. Yes, the Prime Minister and his wife.
Exactly, the Prime Minister and his wife Sarah Rowley arrived together, and together they have 4 children.
All right, and so we find that when the chiefs, particularly Asante, is seated in states like he is, seated along with him, who are these members of the party?
Well, usually he has his, if it were in the army, his lieutenants. So, and he doesn't walk alone. And that is one of the norm. Chief does not walk alone. He has to get people around him.
And this is GBC's coverage of the 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade here at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium in Kumasi. And we are live on radio and also on TV. On radio, we are across 15 radio stations across the country. And we're also live on GTV and on GBC News, streaming live on Facebook. And as at an hour ago, we had 5,000 persons watching on Facebook. I'm sure the number would have increased by now, 5,000 and plus. So do join, don't be left out of this coverage, Commander.
Thank you. And that is the parade commander in our shots. I just wish to quickly add that the parade sergeant major, that's a regimental sergeant major, is in the person of Senior Warrant Officer Kukubo Anthony. He is also the base warrant officer for the Air Force Base, Accra. And it's a very, very important appointment as far as parades are concerned. The RSMs are the custodians of parades, and so it's important that we acknowledge him.
That's right. Again, for those who just joined us, we have received almost every invited guest here, and Selikem has a list of those who have been invited. Of course, we've seen the arrival of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. We've seen the arrival of the Ashanti Regional. We've also seen and witnessed the arrival of the Chief of Staff as well as the Speaker of Parliament.
And the Chief Justice as well, Justice Kwesi Enin Ieboa also has arrived.
He arrived not too long ago.
And the Speaker of Parliament himself has also arrived, Honorable Professor Michael
see the
Quay
Minister
as well.
of the Interior right there, adorned in his smock. Other ministers of state, we saw her there a while ago, the minister in charge of public procurement,
yes,
Adjoa was there a while ago as well, in the company of other ministers and deputy ministers of state.
Yes, and a little bit about the stadium in which we are, the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. It's a multi-purpose stadium in Kumasi. It's Ghana's largest stadium with a seating capacity of over 40,000, and it is home of one of Africa's most popular sports club, the Asante Kotoko, as well as King Faisal. And here, it's exciting to be here this morning. It was inaugurated as a football pitch also in 1959.
And this stadium brings back nostalgic memories to me. This was a stadium that the Amas, the real Amas, won many of the trophies it has won in sports. And it's significant to also mention that the parade commander is an old student of the real Amas here in Kumasi.
And the parade adjutant as well. So you have 2 of them on parade this morning.
And one behind the cameras bringing the commentary.
Oh,
real Amas is dominating the parade in Kumasi today on the 63rd anniversary.
And let's talk about the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. It was renamed in 2005 in honor of Baba Yara. He is a Kumasi-born footballer. Baba Yara, he played for Ashanti Kotoko, also an international footballer. And his actual name is Osman Seidu, popularly known as the King of Wings, who hailed from Kintampo, played for the national team, and that was part of the team that won the African Cup of Nations in 1963. But unfortunately, at age 26, he suffered a spinal injury in a motor collision and never played again. But the government at the time, in 2005, honored him by renaming the sports stadium in his honor.
And I just did mention that we have thousands of people following this event on GBC's Facebook pages, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. That's how you can get us on Facebook. The number has shot up by 2,000 more. And then people are making comments and asking questions. One of the questions running through what we are seeing on Facebook is that for you, Commander, to explain to us why it is that it appears to be only the military that engages in welcoming the dignitaries on all occasions and not the fire service, the police service, or any of the other agencies. Why is this so?
Parades such as independence parades are actually military parades. And these parades are organized on special occasions such as our independence, of a battle we undertook. So primarily it is strictly a military parade. But because we want to get other persons involved to give it that national color. And so you have the parade commander coming from either Army, Navy, or Air Force. Last year was Navy that commanded the parade. This year is Air Force. So definitely next year will be commanded by Army. So it is a military parade, basically.
And so the information out there is that these parades are for the military, and they then extend, so to speak, a hand of invitation to the other security agencies to come on board and help them. And that's why you'll find that most of the activities are actually handled by military officers and men. And we're told that there's a difference between officers and men.
Yes. The officers, let me say, okay, they wear their on their shoulders. And then for the other ranks, normally they wear it either on the sleeve or on the wrist. That is the warrant officers. And the officers are the managers of the personnel. So the personnel are the other ranks or ratings or airmen and women. Yes. So the officers are the managers of the personnel. And so when you, for example, when you go to a battle, somebody must be in charge to tell you do this and do that and do that. And those are the officers. But sometimes when another rank is promoted to a very high level, he also can direct the younger men.
I just had to cut in there. The shots that was on the screen a while ago, about 5 seconds ago. And wow, this is the scene I'm talking about. This is beautiful. And we're told that when you see people wearing kente like they are doing now, they're not just wearing fashion, but they're also communicating. Teacher Kantanka, what sort of communication do you get from this very beautiful scene here?
Well, each kente you see around has a name, meaning, and philosophy behind it, sometimes history behind it. So you must know which kente you're talking about. Most of what we are seeing now are a jeans, so that is design upon design.
Wow,
design upon design communicates to us that we should build and keep building.
A beautiful scene of kente wearers. And when we talk about Ghanaian traditional wear, this is it. It can be seen here at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium in Kumasi. It's a mixture of everything. You see students in their school uniforms, you see military personnel in their uniform, police personnel in their uniform, fire service, ambulance service, and all the other security agencies in their uniform, but you can also see the traditionally dressed people. Ghana is well represented here. This is diversity. I've seen a few smokes in there. I've seen kente in there. I've seen people wearing agbada in there. But significantly is the fact that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is here, and he significantly is wearing the kente. How symbolic is that to you, sir?
Well, kente tells you that we are in a very happy mood. So we wear kente only when you can't wear kente to funeral. You can't wear kente when you are in a very difficult situation. So seeing kente is enough to tell you that we are in a very happy mood. We are in a situation where we all come together to embrace and share.
Right. Okay, so but we also know that, and again, I was talking about the smogs and the agbada. I've seen ministers of states right now in your shot, the Minister for Railway Development and the Minister for the Interior, all in your shots, and that's the diversity we were talking about. It doesn't matter where you come from in Ghana, whether north or south, east or west. Kwame Nkrumah once said, we look neither east nor west, we look forward, and that is what is represented here today in this beautiful ceremony. Ashanti region in history is known for the weaving of beautiful kente. In fact, there is that story from Bonre. These traditional oral histories appear to be dying off. What actually happened in Bonre, if you can tell us about that man who saw a spider weaving, and then he took it from there?
Well, it is believed that two brothers called Krogu and Amia were hunters and farmers at the same time, and on their farm they noticed a spider weaving its web. That was not the first time they saw a spider weave its web, but that attracted them that day. It attracted them so much that they felt they should understudy the spider and for a very long time, and then imitate what the spider was doing. They came up with something that could be used to cover a human body. So they showed it to the chief at that time, who was also under the king of Ashanti. So he asked them, so prominent a work that he cannot keep it at Bonre, so they should follow him to the king of Ashanti, the first king of Ashanti, King Osetutu. So they showed it to him, and he made the two weavers his kente chiefs. Then another time, somebody coming from Bonre also brought colors into the kente. He was called
ministers of states, yeah, right there in beautiful kente clothes, and I hope that from now on we will be seeing this in many offices, and indeed even in Parliament that will begin to exhibit this there. But you were concluding on the story of the Bonre.
Otak Rabbi introduced colors into kente. His sisters went to the coast and brought handkerchiefs that was multicolored. So he unveiled this handkerchief and used it to weave kente and got multicolored kente, which is called Yokoma. Yokoma because the two women were from the Oyoko clan. So it was named after that.
All right.
Then after that, one Osekufo introduced designs into the kente weaving. So there are designs which have a lot of meaning and philosophy behind it. For example, they have a particular design called
we have the arrival of the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo became President of the Republic on the 7th of January in the year 2017. And this will be the fourth time as President he is presiding over the Independence Day Parade on the 6th of March in the year 2020. And so the President has arrived. What are the next issues we expect to see, Commander?
So once he gets down, the parade commander will call the parade to attention and make compliments. You remember I said earlier on that is a mark of paying respect to a dignitary. So they will pay the appropriate compliment, and definitely the national anthem will also be played. It is after that he would inspect the parade to have a closer view as to the personnel on parade, look at their turnout, and then move to the perpetual flame stand where he will light the flame. So right after this, we should have the national anthem, and then the inspection will follow.
Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, has just arrived at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium in Kumasi, where he will be, indeed, he is the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. And once the protocols are observed, he will proceed to inspect the parade as we wait for the president to arrive and to get off from his vehicle. What's the inspection of the Guard of Honor or the parade all about? How significant is it? What does it symbolize?
Well, it's very, very significant in the military. Whenever you have a parade, it must be inspected, because before you go on parade, you turn out very well. You make sure your uniform is ironed properly, your shoes are shining, and so inspections are a part of military parade. I've not seen any parade that has not got an inspection as part of it, and so being the national one, definitely Mr. President will have to go through, inspect the contingent on parade. He will not get down to check their uniform, but definitely it will give him a closer look as to what they are wearing and their turnout. And because everybody on parade knows that the president will come and inspect, we will all make sure we are in our best clothes, in our best uniforms, with our shoes and everything sparkling.
All right, so the president making his arrival to the stadium. We were earlier talking about this arrival, and that even from a distance you were able to tell us, oh no, that is not the president coming all the way from that, because you were looking out for certain signals. And then we see the signal here. He is in the company of military personnel riding horses.
These are police officers.
Okay.
This is the police mounted squadron, and the police mounted squadron was formed in 1940 with 7 horses, and their core mandate is to provide ceremonial escort to then governors and now to our president. The horses were also used for escorting the president. The horses being used today we have 21 horses in all, and it is under the command of Deputy Superintendent of Police Mary Clara Agamba. She is riding the horse named Step by Step. DSP Agamba is the first female police officer to head this unit and also to mount the horse for presidential ceremonies since the formation of the mounted squadron by the Ghana Police.
And an overhead shot of the entire stadium, the 40,000 capacity stadium at the Baba Yara Stadium, and beautiful scenes here as the president arrives. And so all these horses are trained in Ghana?
Yes, they are all trained in Ghana. And in fact, if you need a place to train, just come to Bema Camp, 3 Mounted Squadron. Everybody is allowed to come there to learn how to ride. And riding is a very good form of exercise. So I will encourage the general public to come to Bema Camp 3 Mounted Squadron for horse riding if they are interested.
And earlier also you told us the parades for the military, but here significantly playing a huge role
by the police. Exactly. You know, the president has just is now coming onto the stadium to be part of the parade, and we know that internal security is the responsibility of the police, and so once the president is coming, it's the duty of the police to provide that security for him. It is when the police are overwhelmed that the military comes in.
So at some point in time, are the police going to security here to the military, because this is a military environment, so to speak?
Not at all. Here we have a joint security force in place. The police are here, the military is here, and other security organizations are also here. So it's a joint effort to protect the first gentleman of the land and other high-profile personality here.
The President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, stepping out of his vehicle, and there he is, adorned in white shirt. Last year in Tamale, he wore a white shirt with a beautiful design of the Ghana flag embossed on the left side of his chest. When our cameras pick him, we will be able to see for ourselves what, and so very similar to what he had done last year. Predominant are colors of Ghana and then a design of the kente as well. And you were telling us about the kente colors and how beautiful and significant the messages these colors mean.
I was telling you a particular symbol within the kente, which is often used at the edge of the kente cloth, and this is called apremo. And this apremo.
All right, so we have the national salute right now.
Kumasi 2020. Kumasi 2020. Kumasi 2020. President of our Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Right! The national pledge. Up!
I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of others. I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God.
Up! Right! Stand at east!
May we please be seated. We shall now continue with the Muslim prayers led by the acting Chief Imam of the Ghana Armed Forces and Imam Al-Haji Abdul Mumin Haru, the Ashanti Regional Chief Imam.
Ashanti Regional Chief Imam will now say the opening prayer, the Islamic way, Again, another symbol of the unity in diversity among Ghanaians. When Muslims, Christians, or traditionalists meet, it doesn't really matter. Any of them can say the prayers at any point in time. Sheikh Abdul Mumin is, yes.
So like you were saying, we'll first have the traditional prayer, and then we'll move to the Muslim prayer, and then the Christian prayer.
Right.
And that is very, very important and good for Ghana as a nation. In some countries, people are so intolerant that they cannot accept each other's faith. But we are lucky as a people. And so we need to use some of these petty things to build our unity as a people.
I have seen families in which you find 3 siblings, one being a traditionalist, the other being a Muslim, and the third being a Christian, and it doesn't really matter.
إنا نعوذ بك من الطاعون والوباء كورونا فيروس اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من الطاعون والوباء كورونا فيروس برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين يا رب العالمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Great things He has done. Greater things He will do. Unto the Lord be the glory. Great things He has done. Almighty God, creator of nations and peoples of the earth, we thank you for giving us this good land, Ghana, for our heritage. We humbly beseech you that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of your favor and glad to do your will. Bless our land with honorable industry, sound learning, and pure manners. Discord and confusion from every evil way. Defend our liberties and passion into one united people. The multitudes brought here and tongues. Look, O Lord, in mercy we pray you upon this our noble country Ghana. Send out your light and truth, that they may lead us. Break down all barriers of contention and strife, and grant that we may live together in brotherly unity and concord. Endue with a spirit of wisdom and protection those to whom in your name we entrust the governance of this country, especially His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic, the Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, members of Parliament, the Judiciary, and Nananum, so that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to your law we may show forth your praise among the nations of the earth. In time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in you to fail. Our Heavenly Father, today marks the 63rd anniversary of Ghana's independence, and so we have met here to celebrate this national event. We pray that the Holy Spirit will preside at these activities of the day so that we achieve grand success. At the end of it all, we will have every cause to praise your holy name. the might of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Right. Parade! Parade! Shin! Good morning, Mr. President. The 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade formed up by the Ghana Armed Forces, other security services, and the Ghana Education Service. 67 officers, 660 men and women drawn from the Ghana Army, the Ghana Navy, the Ghana Air Force, the Ghana Police Service, Ghana Prisons Service, Ghana National Fire Service, Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Ghana Immigration Service, and the Ghana National Ambulance Service. 442 teachers, students, and pupils drawn from the schools within the metropolis, with a mass band by the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police Service. Ready for inspection. Group Captain Nana Edujemfi reporting. Mr. President.
In the last few years, the President, together with the CDS and the Inspector General of Police, I beg your pardon, will now inspect the parade.
Lieutenant General Obed Boama Akwa, the CDS, and the Inspector General of Police, Mr. James Opombuenu, are his ceremonial aide-de-camp. That is like personal assistant to him, because they are in charge of both internal security and external defense.
So, do you remember ever taking part in one of these occasions? And I'm just recalling having to stand there and wait for the President to drive past you. It was a feeling that cannot be described. I don't know if you have had a similar experience.
I never had the experience of actually being there or being part of it, because somehow I never made the cut during the rehearsals, so I couldn't make it there. But it was always exciting to watch from home and to sit behind the television and hear my father take us through the history every time it had to happen. Very exciting for children.
Teacher Kantanka, I'm sure you have seen quite a few of these occasions.
I remember the occasion very well. During the days of Nkrumah, students were lined up on the roadside, and I was always very happy to be amongst them. So holding our flags and waving when the President passes.
You actually had the honor of seeing the Osajifo himself. And what did it feel like standing there and seeing the man, Osajifo, inspect a parade that you were very much a part of?
Yes, because you have been brought up to believe that he's the first gentleman of the land. And to see the first gentleman of the land, you become a bit very, very happy in your life. You write a story about yourself, one page in your life that we have seen the president.
That's right. And Commander, you was telling us about the inspection of the parade. The president, of course, is doing that in the company of his ceremonial AD camp, the IGP and the CDS.
Yes. And then we also have the Forces Sergeant Major. He's in the second vehicle, and he's the person of Chief Warrant Officer Baka Ramos. He's a most senior other rank in the Ghana Armed Forces. He's the most senior of all. Yes.
Okay. And so now we see the president actually inspecting the parade. Yeah. What is he looking?
It's purely ceremonial. It's purely ceremonial, and like you all shared, I'm sure if you're on parade and you saw the president drive past so close, you'll be excited.
True.
So it's purely ceremonial, but in the units, it's for other reasons. It's meant to check your turnout from head to toe, and also parade in general are meant to test your endurance because it's physically tasking to stand in for hours non-stop. But this inspection is purely ceremonial.
And have you had the privilege of being inspected by a president before?
Yes, I have. I think this was in 2001. I was a contingent commander, and it was, in fact, the excitement is beyond description. And then when Ghana...
and Commander, this is what I have been waiting for. I mean, okay, so the president has driven past the security agencies. Now you see him driving past in front of some very young school children and students. And this is what I was asking Selikem and Teacher Kantanka about. The feeling that many of these students will take home simply cannot be described by words. For many of them, this is it. And they have been rehearsing for weeks just for this particular occasion.
And I'm sure this may be the closest a child will come to seeing the president his entire life.
And that's
so
one
it's
of the
very, very special.
It's one of the significance of decentralizing the national parade, the national celebration of occasions such as these, the Independence Day of Ghana. This is the 63rd Independence Parade. And if you just joined us, this is GTV. I'm in commentary position with my colleague Selikem Akolache Apalu. Okay, so we are getting ready for the lighting of the perpetual flame.
Symbol of the spirit of independence. It reminds us of our responsibility to keep the spirit of nationalism alive. Salute of guards are commanded by Warrant Officer Class 2 Agbashisali Evelyn. The Ghana Army Guard is Sergeant Osaimen St. Joseph Ohime. The Ghana Navy Guard is Petty Officer Class 2 Ashia Paul. The Ghana Air Force Guard is Sergeant Abeyen Otnil. The Police Guard is Sergeant Ibrahim Nazar.
All right, so the lighting of the perpetual flame, it's one of the very significant ceremonies here.
Exactly. And the lighting of the perpetual flame is a symbol of the spirit of independence. It's also meant to awaken our spirit as individuals and as Ghanaians to uphold patriotism, nationalism. Anything that you do that does not promote the welfare of Ghana would have to desist from it and uphold only things that will move Ghana forward as a country.
And there we have it, the perpetual flame. And there is the playing of a sound I'm very familiar with to have been coming from the military. And there we have it. The president has lighted the perpetual flame. And that's...
It's meant to rekindle the flame that individuals need as Ghanaians to ensure that they do the right thing so that our nation Ghana can move forward. So we need to be constantly reminded.
And the crowd here going ecstatic. They simply cannot control their excitement to be a part of this. For many of these people, this is the first time.
And in your shot now, we have the Air Force towing the Ghana flag as the perpetual flame is lighted. You know, the flag is a spirit of Ghana. When you go anywhere, you are holding the flag. You don't have to introduce yourself. You tell everybody where you are. from. So just as the perpetual flame is lighted, the flag is to remind us of our commitment to Mother Ghana, to ensure that we progress as a people.
Everybody else is seeing the beauty of what has just happened. I am looking at the hard work behind the scenes that made this happen. It would have taken a lot of practice, a lot of rehearsal, and the timing was so perfect that as soon as the perpetual flame was lighted, the chopper with the Ghana flag just showed up in the air, waving the Ghana flag around. It's a sight to behold. The hard work, precision.
Exactly. And rehearsal is the only way you can get it right.
If you're watching us from wherever you are not at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium right now. Just over our heads at the moment, we can feel the vibration of the chopper as it flies over our heads from the position where we are bringing you commentary. You need to be here right now to have a feel of the excitement here. Our cameras will try to bring you all the reactions from the stands like we're doing now, but the emotions, you simply have to be here to feel it. Ashanti Region, Kumasi is blessed to have this ceremony come to them, and you can see it for yourselves. Everyone is excited here.
And as we celebrate and are excited, we should not forget that we need to keep our spirits of nationalism alive. Sometimes when you're walking through town, you wonder whether we really love our nation. Filth has engulfed us, and so we need to remind ourselves, anything that draws us back, we have to desist from it.
And now that the perpetual flame has been lighted, but there are other activities that the president will be engaging in. The ceremony will continue from here. Selikem, are we able to let our audience know exactly what's coming up from here, and then we'll prepare them for it as we proceed with the coverage?
As security services continue, some selected groups, including representatives of all the 16 regions, if you're updated, 16 regions now, and of course the Nation Builders Corps, forestation groups, and other banners. We are also going to see the march past by the veterans as the Veterans Administration Ghana. We'll see a cultural display, gymnastics by the Ghana Armed Forces Physical Training School.
It is important, Selikem, to talk about the Veterans Administration Ghana and the members. This is a group that was formed following the riots in 1948, the Crossroads shooting in 1948 that got 3 soldiers who had returned from the Second World War, who had gone there to fight on the British. They returned, and the compensation that was due them was not given to them. And when they were going to the castle to demand for these compensations, 3 of them were killed on the spot. We are made to understand that a lot more of them died later from wounds they received on that occasion. We have Teacher Kantanka here. When the time permits us, we will allow Teacher to give us a bit of that history. She just talked about the fact that, and we'll be seeing them pretty shortly, the veterans who returned from the war, 1948. Largely, it is believed that it was that single incident that sparked off the true attainment of independence and got Osajifo and J.B. Dankwa and everybody else who had a hand in Ghana's attainment of independence at the time to wake up and begin to actually push for the final shot to be given.
Yeah, that is very true. What happened after they had been shot, and 23 of them were also severely wounded, and this sparked general looting and misunderstanding everywhere. So this actually made the government of that day, that is the British government, understand that there's something heavier coming from the sky, so that they have to prepare. And this again made the civilians also engage in a lot of demonstrations.
We'll get back to that as we proceed with coverage of this event. But Commander, you tell us. So now we're about to see the what's the next thing? Telecom, you have all the details about the program, and then we'll proceed from there. We currently find pleasantries being exchanged by some of the high-profile dignitaries who are here. Of course, the president's paying some courtesies to Otumfor, the Speaker of Parliament, and the other invited guests who are here. And we have already informed you, seated to the right side of the president, standing there right now, is the guest of honor for the 63rd Independence Day celebration, who is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and to his right is his spouse who came along with him. So we're about to see the march past now.
The Ghana Armed Forces and the security services will march off to pave way for the pupils and the students to march, as well as the other groups. And after that, we'll have the gymnastics and other cultural performances. It is after that the military.
So, by the right of quick march.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the contingents from the Ghana Armed Forces and other security services will march off to make way for the march past by the school children, representatives of the Nation Builders Corps, civil society groups, and the Veterans Administration Ghana. I will humbly hand you over to Madame Cassandra Chumampofo, the Ghana Education Service Head of Public Relations, to continue with the march past by the basic and senior high schools.
Thank you very much, Captain Abena Dakwa Dapa. And if you just joined us, this is the 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade being held under the theme Consolidating Our Gains at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the school's contingent from the Ghana Education Service were drawn from the Kumasi metropolis, Oforikum, Palaso, and Asokori Mampo Municipal. The schools are made up of 5 senior high schools, 8 basic schools, and 1 vocational special school. The basic schools are St. Luanga, JHS, Weweso MAJHS,
countries opening the way for other countries to
TI Amedia
independence, and indeed it is a day of great pride for many Ghanaians.
College Basic A, Odumase Extension, and Good Shepherd Junior High School.
So all the pupils and students who will be marching here are pupils and students who have been assembled from various schools in the Kumasi metropolis. And they will be doing the march past. They have been rehearsing on these grounds for at least 5 weeks. And so we wait to see what they have to display to the rest of Ghana. It's the 63rd Independence Day in Ghana. And before we see the students come to march, and of course the GS is playing an active role in this. This is the armed forces,
mass band.
The mass band.
Yes, and it's made up of the Armed Forces Central Band, the Army Band, the Navy Band, the Air Force Band, and the Police Band. So this is the mass band.
Okay. And I just wanted to find out from the traditional ruler's point of view here, how when you first heard that this year the ceremony was being taken to Kumasi, what was the reception like? How did you receive that news?
It was wholehearted. Without asking any question, we had to embrace it with all our hearts because it makes history. The first time in history that something of that nature is to take place in Kumasi and for the whole of the region.
It's interesting that you are a historian and today you will be part of history. When many years to come, it is said that the first Independence Day parade at the national level, when it was brought to Kumasi, Teacher Kantanka was part of the commentary team for GBC. And so you become a part of history, and others who have to narrate that many years to come after today.
I was holding the flag, and among those who had lined up on the roadside.
Oh.
And it was even difficult to sing the national anthem those days. Those days, in the early 60s, the national anthem was not God Bless Our Homeland Ghana. It was Lift Up the Flag of Ghana.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got to this point, and this is where Commander would have to let us know exactly what is going on. President Akufo-Addo and his guest of honor.
All right, so now we have the mass band in our shots, and the parade commander has called the student contingent to attention, and they have started marching. In all, we have 16 contingents from basic and senior high schools drawn from Kumasi Metropolis and Kwadaso, Oforikrum, and Asokore Mampong municipality. We'll also have the Veterans Administration Ghana March Pass. We'll also have the Nation Builders Corps, or NAPCO. We'll have representatives from all 16 regions. I can tell you for sure that we'll have the Kayayes also on parade today. And so it's going to be a beautiful sight to behold.
The Kayaye, we saw them when they were coming in. I thought it was a beautiful sight. But I had my
distinctively with their headbands. So you could tell that these were the Kayaye coming in. And I'm sure that in our subsequent bulletins we'll bring you some of those shots.
We'll bring those, but I have my personal reservations, which I'll express later on another platform. But all the same, the Kayaye were here with their headbands also to participate at this event. We'll see them. And one of the questions we have is or do we intend to take these girls off the streets and give them something more reliable to depend on and so on? These are questions, of course, that will come up. Everything that happens here is supposed to ignite a conversation that will eventually help in the development of the nation. And so let's talk about all these things. But then we have the students marching right now. For many of these students, as we've been talking about since we began a commentary on this celebration, we have been telling for many of these students, this will forever be in their memories. Many of them will live to tell generations yet unborn how they were a part of this. Today, we've had teacher Kantanka, who had the privilege of waving a flag when Nkrumah visited. Today, he's telling that story, still with a lot of excitement and still with some very nostalgic memories and feelings. So many of these, another 50 years to come, 60 years to come, will be recounting the day they were part of this event.
Let me take this opportunity to explain the kind of kente that the president has on his
right.
thing.
Yes.
That kente tells a lot of history. It is called Ohene Afrosheng. That was made to commemorate the occasion when the king of Ashanti was exiled. British came to this Kumasi and arrested him and took him to the Seychelles Islands. And the people who were weaving at that time, the weavers at that time from Bonyure, decided to commemorate the occasion by weaving a type of kente called Ohene Afrosheng. And that is what the president has around his neck.
All right, beautiful. And when the president comes back on our screens, we will certainly let you explain again so that our viewers. And there he is. That's the president taking the salute. And so these are the colors you were explaining to us.
That is, we have a type of design which we call a zigzag. Which means that I am general, I'm ubiquitous, I'm hardworking.
Wow. And so last year in Tamale, we were told that even the way you wear a hat with a smoke gives out a certain message. It's the same with the kente, the colors you wear and the designs on. And so if I am not aware of the meaning of some design and I wear it to a certain public space and give the wrong message, what can be the repercussions on me?
Well, people there who understand the meaning might approach you and maybe give you a new cloth to wear. If you are wearing a whole piece of cloth, you will be giving another to wear.
All right. We'll come to the traditional bit in a short while. We'll now turn our attention to the students who have been drawn from, this is the T.I. Ahmadiyya Senior High School, my school, and Opokuwari Senior High School. Forgive my bias, I simply cannot. And Flying Officer Anas is very much a part of this as well. Also an old student of Amas. This is the Opokuwari Senior High School in their traditional yellow and sea blue colors. It's beautiful, and the lines are meticulously straight. These students have been practicing for a while, I can tell.
And at this point, you can't afford to miss. You would have to fall in line because it is a time where you finally get to showcase all the practice and all the hard work that has gone into this. And as they march, then you'll be giving credit to schools and how they're doing and their performance as they are coming through.
The Sankofa Senior High School there in your shot, and they are in their white and pink.
Baby pink.
That's nice. Oh.
And they're being led by their teachers who have been taking them through the rigorous training, and you can see.
And I'm told that in many schools, to select a teacher who will lead these students in this kind of ceremony, sometimes the competition is tough. it can be very keen.
Marching through,
the lines have always
that
been
is the
straight.
St. Luanga JHS being led by a female teacher. It's important to emphasize in these times of talking about gender equality, when we see women playing their role.
And do you see the feet of the students? It's in unison, none of them missing their steps. And these are basic schools. A while ago we saw the basic schools. We were also
senior high school.
What's instructive is that all the schools that are marching here were assembled from the Kumasi metropolis and surrounding areas, and it's homegrown. Kumasi beyond age, so to speak. This is beautiful. And so on occasions such as this, it's the mass band that is providing the background music to which the march past is taking place. Commander, you may want to tell us what goes into selecting the songs. I realize many of the songs, how do you select them?
Well, the session is done and his personnel. But basically, we normally play martial music or patriotic songs. You know, on this day, we need to whip up that spirit of nationalism. And so it's basically patriotic songs and martial music that is played. And that is normally the responsibility of the band officer. So he does that in conjunction with his lieutenants. Yeah.
All right.
The Nyame basic school.
Yes,
just
a while ago, yes.
Okay, so this is not my fault, but again, my school.
But this time they are paying compliments, so you can say
this is
to the right.
This is a junior high school,
okay.
And they have turned to the right.
Yes, to pay compliments.
So, and at some point, the leader shouts, "Eyes right," and you can't miss it. You can't get it wrong when they say "eyes right." The eyes must turn to the right at the same time.
Yes.
Interesting. And so, who does the training of these children,
and
the students?
Prepare a college, primary school, just marching past there. So much effort put into the preparation of this one event, historic event, a big day for people in Kumasi, a very big day for people in the Ashanti region, and a historic one, of course, because it's now 16 regions. If it's going to go around, you don't know when it will come back to your turn again. So yes, the preparations that were put into this were really done meticulously.
And so the pupils and the students, when they march off, they would go and take their seats. You know, over the years, when we keep them there for too long, a lot of them fall off. Some of them are so anxious. I believe they don't even eat at home. And so for this year, we're allowing them, once they march off, you go and take their seats. And that is when the Ghana Armed Forces and the other security services will march on to continue with the rest of the parade. That's Good Shepherd RC Junior High School. And I cannot stress enough that as we put in so much effort for today, we should always remember that in everything we do, Ghana must come first. That is Odumasi Experimental Junior High. these are physically challenged persons, students who were not left out of the fund.
And this emphasizes the fact that disability is not inability, because they were also able to stay in the sun and they came early, they've done their rehearsals, and they are showing off what they are able to do.
That is NAPCO.
NAPCO.
Yes, Nation Builders Corps. And right behind NAPCO, we have Ahafo Region.
That's a beautiful shot. Best eye view of the entire event. 63rd Ahafo region is here to celebrate the 63rd Independence Day as well. And again, we have a list of those who will be marching past before the security agencies take their turn. These are traditional organizations also. This is the Ahafo region. Ahafo region was created a little over a year ago, about 1.5 years ago, I believe, when in December 2018, Ghanaians went to the polls to decide through a referendum for the creation of more regions, the Bono region, the Ahafo region, the Bono region ably represented here as well. So we had the Bono region being created, then the Bono East. Of course, Ashanti region has always existed since independence.
And the capital of the Ahafo region is Goso, as well as the Bono.
The Bono East region is Techiman. So we see the beauty of the Ghanaian kente, of course, once again in display. These are the masqueraders.
Central Regional masqueraders, Central Region masqueraders. Obviously, you can tell from the activity.
And it's amazing how unique things can be attributed to groups in Ghana. As soon as I saw the masqueraders, even without having to read the banner, that's 80% from the central region, and because they have a special festival, especially in Winneba, where you have these things happening.
You have the Manya Probo cultural troupe also coming in, and of course typically represented of them in their beats. And headgear, the beads, and the way the cloth is worn. That is the Manya Probo cultural troupe. Masqueraders once again on your side. Normally you see them pop up during the holiday season. Oh, and we have the Greater Accra region.
Okay, so it means that all the regions across the country are here to showcase what they have in terms of culture and in terms of their unique identities. We are being told currently the 40,000 capacity Baba Yara Stadium is filled up. There is no longer space to accommodate anybody. Can you believe that? More than 40,000 people have already arrived at the stadium. Every seat at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium is occupied as we speak. And around on the peripheries of the stadium, a lot of people have come together here. The police are pleading with people in the Ashanti region.
GTV, the stadium is full to capacity. We're pleading with the general public. The peripheries, as the community, full. We don't want to record any stampede. Therefore, whoever is yet to come to the stadium should please stay at home and watch it on television. Thank you very much. I am ASP Godwin Ahianyo, the PR of the Ghana Police Service.
Right, and that's the Manya Krobo cultural troupe. There once again, overhead shots. That is the northern region represented in the smoke. So every region here is regions being showcased to the world. President, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is in the company of his wife, the Akufo-Addo, seated to his left and to his right, as special guest of honor for the 63rd Independence Day celebrations. His Excellency Honorable Dr. Christopher Rowley and his wife who are here. And up next, we are seeing the OT region being showcased. The capital of the OT region is Dambai, and that is the OT region. The OT region was carved out of the Volta region, and that is the interesting one. I see that their eyes are covered. I hope, but this is well rehearsed, so they know exactly what they're doing. And the upper west region in their smokes there. Oh yes, and typical fire display.
Yes, this display of people like spiritual prowess and culture as well, all combined in one. It's about time we began also to look at, as we talk about heritage, especially within the month of March, the month of independence, that we begin to look at the beautiful aspects of our traditional beliefs as well, so that our love for Christianity and for Islam does not make us do away with many of our traditions.
Especially the preservation of our culture in the face of taking on other Western culture and abandoning what is truly ours.
Okay.
That's the Savannah region. In your show, the capital of Savannah region is Damongo.
Savannah region, of course, one of the regions that was recently carved out of the northern region. The Savannah region as well as the northeast region were carved out of the then northern region to make way for easy administration of that region, because it was extremely huge, and past regional ministers had a difficulty administrating a large region such as that, and they are here, Savannah region, Butchers and Livestock Farmers Association. These are a group of people who have contributed to the nutrition needs of Ghanaians, and indeed, under the watch of President Akufo-Addo, they have a policy, the Raring for Food and Jobs, and these groups of people. And the railway line are here as well, and recently we've seen the construction of a railway line ongoing from our Mpakadam through to Tema and other areas in the country, and it's exciting to know that that is being revived as well. The masqueraders, of course, always on parade. The Volta region, the region that recently gave birth to the Uti region, it's here also displaying their unique identity, their culture, and some Bobo dance as well. You cannot miss Volta. No, there's no way. Sally, I'm sure you identify with this.
I do identify with it, the Volta region, the Bobo dance, and it's done in a special fashion, because it might look very easy, but if you don't take care, you can't twist the handkerchiefs around and get it moving throughout the dance. Interesting to see our rich culture in diversity being displayed.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the Keita port. Saw that a while ago. 63 years of independence, 63 years of the name Ghana. But people have said that after 63 years, what gains have we made as a people? All too often, we have tended to look at the negative stories and failed all too often to see the positives that Ghana has made, the positive marks and gains that Ghana has made in the last 63 years. Internationally, Ghana is acclaimed as an icon of peace and a beacon of democracy. And so there are times that I believe pause to reflect not just on the negatives, but also on the many, many positive things that have happened to Ghana in the last 63 years.
Yes, that we are united cannot be left out. It is only unfortunate that occasionally lack of knowledge makes some politicians make statements which divide us. But this is enough to tell us that what is important is to make sure that all that we do is towards unity.
Yes,
the Ashanti has always been at the center of culture, not because they are the only people with culture. All have their culture, and today we have seen culture displayed from all regions. The culture here is strong and maintained because they were the last to be colonized. Those at the coast had theirs a bit adulterated just because they had opportunity, if you like, to associate themselves with a European group. Type of culture in them. We are told that the people here did not want independence. This we must learn that is not true, because Ashanti had to give up its own independence to join the coastal people, that is the Gold Coast, to attain independence. Before the independent, before Ghana's independence, Ashanti was an independent nation. It was rather the Gold Coast that was under the British control. And when the time came for the Gold Coast to demand their independence, Ashanti met and decided that no, we cannot have our independence when our brothers don't have theirs. So let's drop our independence, join them as a one nation, call ourselves also Gold Coast. So Ashanti became part of the Gold Coast and they fought for their independence. So that is a big sacrifice.
The 63rd Independence Day Parade here at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. Just heard Teacher Kantanka, who is a historian at the Minsha Palace, tell us that contrary to some historical narratives that the Ashanti Kingdom at the time did not want Ghana to be independent, that indeed they joined the rest of the people of the then Gold Coast to strive and to fight for the attainment of independence. And so whoever has that narrative, you must begin to revise your notes at this point in time. We are still seeing various groups. These are nurses groups showing what stuff they are also made of, participating actively here at this independence. These are fruit sellers and producers. Everyone, all people from all walks of life are here and they are fully participating in this event. And what excites me about this is, Selikem, the patriotism. Nobody is being paid for taking part in this parade. Everyone here is doing that on the basis of volunteerism. And so it means that the Ghanaian can volunteer. The Ghanaian can offer service for free. The Ghanaian is patriotic. The Ghanaian, Otumfo said to right there, sitting in state together with his wife and other dignitaries from the Ashanti Kingdom. And so I was talking about the spirit of the Ghanaian when the right atmosphere is created for him. You don't agree with me?
Exactly. It's important for us to acknowledge that we have an identity. That identity is something that cannot be taken away from us. No matter how globalized we are, being the Ghanaian you are, with the language you speak and where you come from makes you you. And it is protecting our land, our natural resources, our assets, and defending what we have. And there you have in your shot the Kayaye who have just come in.
We were telling you earlier about the Kayaye.
Just before them, bush meat sellers, just gone by, but you see the Kayaye.
And for those who may not be familiar,
they do not need a banner. Yeah. They by their headpans you can tell what they are and who they are and what they trade in.
Yes, these are the Bush Meat Sellers Association. These are not just ordinary meat sellers, but they're the bush meat. That's the first time I'm having to know that there's an association of bush meat sellers, and it's exciting to see this association. Then it means that the bush meat industry can be regularized and regulated, I beg your pardon. That's because anybody kills anything and calls it bush meat, but once they have an association, I'm sure that they will ensure that we have wholesome meat coming from Ghanaian bushes.
And it also raises the point of having minority groups involved in whatever you're doing, and no matter how little the group is, or no matter how small the business community is, it is represented here.
Let's now look at the Kayaye, and for those who are not familiar with the word Kayaye or Kayayo, simply refers to a girl who carries items on the head. It's headquarters around markets in Ghana, and there is a strong advocacy to help these girls and take them off the streets, give them something more dignifying to do than carry items on their heads like that. I'm sure they are here to make a statement, and these are young pupils from different schools here displaying what they hope to become in future. In Ghana, most children want to either become doctors or lawyers or nurses, and we are seeing that these are our future leaders, exactly. The president. This is another. Okay, so you found us laughing there. It's a relief. It's a comic relief. So, Commander, we have the Veterans Administration Ghana.
Yes.
The Veterans Administration Ghana. At this point, I'll go back to the Teacher Kantanka to take some comments from Teacher Kantanka. Teacher Kantanka, you were telling us about the veterans, the war that was fought, the Second World War. What actually led to that war, and why did people from the then Gold Coast participate at that war?
Yeah, the Second World War, which started in 1939 and ended in 1945, was sparked by Germany. I think at a point in time, Germany wanted to control the world, and they started taking control over the neighboring states around Europe. So the world was alarmed, and the whole world decided to stop Germany from that act. And Ghana was part of Britain. That is, Britain was our colonial master, so wherever they went, we had to go with them. So people were recruited from here to fight at different fronts to liberate us from the German control. That is where we had these veterans coming from. After the war, the pensioned soldiers organized themselves into an association called the Veterans Association. It is this same veteran who marched to the castle to demand some rights from the colonial master, where three of them were shot, and that sparked the independence struggle.
And the three were Sergeant Ajite, Corporal Atipo, and Private Odati Lamte. The president conferring with his guest of honor, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Seated to the left of the president, of course, is his wife, the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Ekufu-Addo. And so presently we are seeing the military setup.
Yes, those are the physical training instructors who are setting the stage for their physical training display. But before then, let me just add something little to what Teacher Kantaka said. The veterans, those who fought in the Second World War, most of them are very weak or have passed on. And so those on parade were persons who have participated in most of our peacekeeping missions. So most of the veterans could not march today because of their age.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so again, a snapshot of the beautiful scenes of Ghanaians. President J.A. Kufuor, he made it here as well. President J.A. Kufuor was president of the Republic of Ghana from 2001 until he handed over in 2009 to the late Professor J.E.A. Mills, who had won the elections in the year 2008, and the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, John Boyju, a while ago, conferring with some security personnel.
And of course, the theme for this year's Independence Day celebration is consolidating our gains as a people. We are looking back on how far we have come, the fact that we've been able to maintain the peace and unity in diversity, regardless of the fact that Ghana speaks 76 different languages, has 76 different languages. We still have that unity in diversity, and unity in diversity in terms of culture, in terms of other things, as well as our And this year we are focusing on consolidating our gains. What are our gains as a people, and how are we bringing this to bear together as a people? How are we putting our wheels to the shoulder to make our nation great and strong and maintain the peace?
In many events organized by the military, and I've seen military officers display and show what stuff they are made of. I've seen displays and events organized by cultural groups, and how beautifully they can display the culture of Ghana and the diversity of Ghana, but never have I seen such a mix of all activities, whether cultural, religious, and military, and school children come together to provide such a beautiful scene. This is the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, and we have already told you, we heard from the police PRO of the Ashanti region himself a while ago. The stadium is already filled to capacity. They are unable to accept any new entrants, and he has urged all those who are not yet here to remain at home and watch the proceedings on TV, because there's no longer space to accommodate anybody at the stadium here, and that tells you the extent to which the people are excited about the relocation of this year. But this is beautiful display of some Ghanaian dancers.
From the northern belt of our country is the Bamaya dance, which is performed solely by men. This dance was first performed in the early 19th century to mark an end to a protracted drought that hit most parts of the Dogon state in the northern region. Like Tora and Takai, Bamaya has several segments with its own name. Located in the southeastern part of Ghana, and this is one of the oldest traditional dances of the Ewe group. Originally a war dance performed after battle when the warriors returned to the village. area dance, one of the most popular folk ensemble of the Ashanti man, now performed by various ethnic groups in Ghana. And the climax is a display of the Ghana national flag and the four Edin cross symbols, which are related to the theme of the celebration of this year's Independence Anniversary celebration, consolidating our gains. The four Edin cross symbols you see are Edin Brahini, which represents greatness, charisma, and leadership. Sankofa, which represents remembering the past. And Kimen, or Ramsmore, which represents humility and strength. Bill Kebi is for peace and harmony. And ladies and gentlemen, performance by the Amamreso Abifuma, the traditional players of the culture, the Center for National Culture in Kumasi. The trainers are Berima Esumedu Sechi, the Regional Director for the Center for National Culture, Head of Performing Arts Department of the Center, Kofi Obeng Onyina, the Sectional Head, and Julius Yao Kwansa, the Acting Dance Instructor and Choreographer.
Performance from
Next,
the
we shall have
Center
military
for
physical
National
training
Culture.
display.
And the military will now show us their physical training display. What's the significance of such a display on an occasion such as this? But again, anytime we have these scenes, I cannot resist to express my own excitement and admiration for the beauty. You can see the diversity. Even though you find a lot more people in Kente, and this is where we have the military people coming in.
Exactly. Physical fitness is #1 requirement of every military person. And so for those who will be interested in joining the military in future, if you are not fit, please, you are out of the question. And these are physical training instructors. And so they will have to be extra fit, more than the average military person. There are some displays that you will see here and you think it's very easy. If you want to try it, you end up breaking your limbs or your neck. And so I would advise children in their homes that never to try it. So it's just to show to the whole world the fitness level of the Ghana Armed Forces. And also to let you know that some tasks may not be that simple, but with constant training, you can easily
and 19 when we saw that person jump through a ring of
those on the chairs have thigh support and those in front have prone lying. And then
wow.
And split to sit. That was there a while ago. And that was the backward roll and forward roll out of chair act. So that is backward roll forward out of the chair, and then forehead spring and backward roll to sit. It looks very simple, but it's not that simple.
Can imagine the hours of rehearsal that had to go into doing this, because as an individual you may be able to do it alone, but to do it together with others and in unison would demand a lot of practice and rehearsal. I just saw what happened there.
Yes.
And it's almost like marching while still engaging in some form of exercise.
Yes.
And they're doing it to precision and timing.
Yes, back band lift and handspring in pairs. That's what we are watching now. Bend back lifts and handspring in pairs.
So these are the personnel,
the physical training instructors
who train
the military personnel.
The military personnel.
Yes, and they are military personnel themselves.
Commander, did you go through this?
Oh yes, every military personnel goes through.
You did this?
I may not know. I didn't necessarily do it because I am not a PTI. So the PT course is also a core.
And the crowd went ecstatic over this one.
Because it's pretty.
Yes,
very nice.
It was very nice. But if there was a mistake there, you can imagine the kind of pain it would have caused the receiver of that mistake.
Exactly.
And so, and this is where the warning comes in. Do not try this at home. You need to be an expert to be able to try some of these stunts that the military personnel here are displaying. The president obviously
the president's excited.
With what we've seen. He's the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. If this is what it takes to join the military, no wonder I'm a journalist. I could never have joined the military.
Oh, you can with determination. I believe everything in life is about determination. And most of us go without having any idea, but with determination, one can sail through. But it's difficult, I must admit. So that's one phase of the display. And now we are having the individual displays. So that's a freestyle display by the physical instructors. And the aim is to test their ability and agility.
And the response from the crowd is... So at this level, you as a physical trainer on this stage, you come and do whatever you feel like doing?
But they've rehearsed, so you know which one you are doing and which the other person is doing. So that we can have a variety of them.
Wow. Do not try this at home. You will feel dizzy. I'm already feeling dizzy on his behalf. I feel dizzy. That was amazing. That was amazing. Again, shots from the Baba Yara Sports Stadium in Kumasi filled to capacity. Ghanaians are enthusiastic about Ghana. The people of Kumasi are enthusiastic about Ghana, and they're excited that this honor has been done them. The national parade has been brought to their doorsteps, and currently the physical trainers of the Ghana Armed Forces on display, showing us what stuff they are made of. And if you have ideas of joining the military, perhaps these are some exercises you may be psyching yourself up for.
Exactly. You may have to take part in some of these, especially if you are physical training instructor. If you join the physical training instructors, then you would have to necessarily take part. The next is horse work. And I'll leave the description to you.
Horsework.
Horsework.
Okay, so when you said horsework, I was looking out for where the horses were. But I'm not seeing horses. I'm seeing men jump over
what looks like a horse.
What looks like a horse. Yes. And so this is what to ensure that if you meet any obstacle, you will be able to scale over.
Cross it easily. Yes. So that is face vault on and off. Then we have the through vault and astride vault.
Right.
It's all part of
it's all part of it. Of course, Asantino 82, Otumfo 82, the second, also admiring the scenes here. He must be a very proud king at the moment. He's here admiring and observing events as they unfold. The scenes here are so beautiful. The cameras will not be able to bring every thing to you in your homes, but we'll try to give you as much as we can. This is still the armed forces, the Ghana Armed Forces, displaying some skills. These are physical trainers, and Commander Veronica Ahen, who is here in commentary position with me, has been warning us that we should not try this at home. This is for experts. If you are not one, do not try it. You may end up hurting yourself. Selikam, did you ever dream of engaging in any of these exercises?
Absolutely not. It appears that even this one was well rehearsed over and over again. It takes a lot of effort and skill to have to get to this point of perfection.
Wow.
This is just admirable, and you can just hear the crowd appreciate the display, the physical display.
Of course, the Ghana Armed Forces, noted as one of the best around the world on many UN peacekeeping missions. The reports have indicated that the Ghana Armed Forces have been very professional and meticulous at
and
whatever it is they do. Yes.
And that is the dive and roll through the loop. Dive and roll through the loop.
Oh. So, and two persons come almost at the same time, and
the loop, sorry.
Oh,
one creates a loop, and the other one dives through it.
And here again, with the least mistake, there could be a crash of heads.
Exactly.
So
it's done with training.
Training.
And let me add that Lieutenant Gershon Adase and his able safety supervisors, Chief Petty Officer Class 1, Aqua Bernard, Staff Sergeant Oklu Roland Moses, and Petty Officer Class 1 Seshi Sylvester, Flight Sergeant Amponsa Jeffrey, and Staff Sergeant Adato Courage worked tirelessly to bring this personnel to this level. Training instructor, they still needed to train.
This is GBC's coverage of the 63rd Independence Parade, and the first ever to be held in the Ashanti Regional capital, Kumasi. The first was in the northern regional capital of Tamale, and here in Kumasi we see beautiful scenes, beautiful sounds, beautiful people, beautiful cultures, diversity of cultures meeting at one spot. And that sport is here at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. So the loop and dive and loop?
Dive and roll through the loop. But this one is somersault through the loop. So he has created the loop by you somersault over him.
Oh, wow.
So that's a higher jump.
Yes,
that's a higher jump.
one.
And again, with the least of mistakes, we could have trouble in our hands. And so what it means, it's for the experts. And this is just an indication of how physically fit the men of the Ghana Armed Forces are. And I'm beginning to get memories of Tamale coming back. I saw something similar, and then it began to blaze with fire, and we had men and personnel from the Ghana Armed Forces jump. Okay, so we go. There we go again. You can. And the crowd is responding to this again. The crowd went ecstatic over this one. Anytime someone jumps through it successfully, because if you do not go back home the same,
you can't afford to touch any of the edges.
You cannot.
But this will also be very hot.
Yes, it is fire, so it's hot.
So again, I'm always curious about some of these things. So, in practicality, what would this do for us as a people or as an army?
That if you have a mission to accomplish and you need to overcome this, then you have to find a way of overcoming it. You don't have to allow fire to be an obstacle. You don't have to allow rain to be an obstacle. In fact, nothing must be an obstacle.
We've seen should not be an because they're jumping at a high altitude, if you like, but again, you have to be so precise that you have to go through fire to be able to get to your task. Wow. And so there we had it. He tried to jump over it, but indeed, okay. So this is jumping over it.
Yes,
the first was jumping through it. Now it's jumping over it actually. Okay, and
that's he jumped paying compliments.
What does that mean?
He was saluting when he jumped through the ring. Oh, you didn't see it. You missed it.
That was very fast. Paying compliments. He was saluting. He was saluting whilst jumping at the same time.
Exactly.
And he jumps through.
Yeah, exactly. And so, yes.
And the president is rising to show his appreciation.
So the leader is going to ask permission again for them to march off. Yes, and their motto is strong mind, strong body.
Strong mind,
strong body.
Yes.
Of course. Withstand some of the very torturous experiences, and then you need a strong body to be able to withstand the very physically demanding tasks that the Ghana Armed Forces have to go through in order to protect our territorial integrity, but also to participate at the UN level and the AU level to ensure that Ghana remains an active member of the UN and also an active member of the AU and other international bodies such as the ECOWAS and so on. And so it's instructive that we are aware that our men and women in uniform are always physically and mentally stable and alert at all times to protect our interest. And that was the physical trainers of the Ghana Armed Forces. So now everything is in the hands of the security agencies at this point in time. We've seen the horse work. What next?
We have a little surprise, and I'll start speaking only when they start it.
Oh, so you have a surprise for who? For the audience, for the president?
For our viewers.
So it's a little surprise.
Yes.
And
this is a short scenario as to how, if there's a need to rescue somebody, like a very important personality has been kidnapped, and then a special force is inserted to go and then
rescue
the person. Before such people get onto the field, we'll have security intelligence giving us an idea as to the location, and then in real life scenario, the aircraft would have dropped the persons far away, and then they'll find their own means to the location. So we are assuming that they have found their location, and some personnel will rappel and others will do fast roping. There are two types of getting down from the aircrafts to rescue that person who has been kidnapped. But for the sake of time, I'm sure they are going to give an abridged version, so you will not see all the nitty-gritty.
So now this chopper is assumed to have arrived at the spot where the person is being held hostage, so to speak.
This particular one will have to be happening a bit far from the location.
Because it will draw attention.
It will draw attention.
So it will be far from the location.
Yes.
And then the personnel would have to find a way of
walking down here. Exactly.
Okay. So this is where we are now.
Yes. So this is rappelling. What you are seeing now, that form of dropping is called rappelling. And it's normally dropped off the location for the personnel to walk a distance or drive, whichever means is available, to the site of the operation. And because I'm privy to it, let me add that the first person coming out is a female.
Oh,
yes,
we have, well, it's clear, we can see it's a female, and she's done it so effortlessly. She's landed very well. So they will from here then join, because we saw two men with a motorbike like.
It's more than two, it's because of the camera.
Okay.
They have actually secured the whole place. So they have them around virtually the whole stadium.
So this is rappelling from the chopper to the location. Yes. Not the direct location, but a location a bit far away, so that you do not draw the attention of the enemy before you go in for the rescue. Otherwise, then the enemy would devise defensive mechanisms against you.
Exactly.
Okay. So it is assumed that here at this point, the enemy doesn't know that any action is being taken.
No. And even if it happens that they have to drop the enemy at the exact location, okay, should I be giving out so much information? I think I'll keep it to myself. So
we'll see the surprise.
What we have now.
Yeah, we'll have the surprise here. But from here, really, I'm just being curious. So then what next? They will now walk, because there's an advanced team, and we are not seeing communication between the advanced team and those rappelling from the chopper at the moment. How are they communicating with each other?
I believe, normally this is planned way back in our bases. That maybe at so and so time this group will go. So and so time you go, and the rappelling team would have to rappel onto the ground and secure the ground before those coming to do their actual rescue would come. So another team will come. But I'm sure for the sake of time, we might not show everything. And the fact that we see them rappelling so easily doesn't make it easy at all. It can be very, very intimidating. Even the aircraft alone, the air blowing around it, can create a lot of challenge. So this required training. And this person is coming out with a dog. This is a trained dog for such exercises or operations.
And the dog is aware of this. So
the dog has trained.
The dog has trained, and this is not the first time the dog is going through such an exercise.
No, this is not the first time.
Okay. And the dog is trained to know all the other persons, all the other men and women in the battalion?
No, not necessarily. Yes. But the dog trainer gives it instructions and it obeys.
Right.
No, dogs are very sensitive pets. If only you have time and train them, you can train military dogs for operations.
We've seen quite a few since we arrived at the venue yesterday. Very strong looking dogs with huge muscles, with the ability to push down a man if you're not careful. We've seen a few of them here, and it's exciting to know that the Ghana Armed Forces is that well prepared in terms of yes.
So in reality, this team will go and help those on the ground to secure wherever. So this team will drop off and walk to close to the location of the incident and secure the place and be ready to fire back or return fire if the enemy should try to fire on them. Sometimes, or maybe when the person is running off, the dog can be directed to go and then arrest it. Yeah. This is the fast roping. This one, they do it much faster than the rappelling. And this one normally is closer to the site. So before this team comes, the rappelling team should have been in position. You see, they are so quick. And that's the commanding officer of this of the unit. It's thicker. I said for the sake of time, a lot of things have been
left out.
Yes. Because there will be the need to exchange fire and all that. It will not be done. So please, those of you who are expecting it, sorry.
There will not be exchange of gunfire here. Okay, so they have rappelled from the chopper, and then the second one, the
fast roping.
The fast roping.
Yes, they have also come down, and they are coming to actually rescue the person who has been kidnapped.
Right. This is actually the first time we are seeing this as part of the parade at any Independence Day. This is an innovation, and it is new, it's novel and exciting to watch. For those of us who rarely come close to military and their actions, this presents us with a very exciting picture.
Okay, so this is the Special Forces of the Ghana Armed Forces. We have personnel from the Ghana Army, and we also have personnel from the Ghana Navy. The Navy Special Forces is known as the Special Boat Squadron. The rappelling team, the first crew, were Fly Lieutenant Dominic Ajokache, Fly Lieutenant Daniel Foley, Fly Lieutenant Samuel Nyako Mensah, Fly Lieutenant Patrick Opoku Buachi, and Warrant Officer Class 1 Mafo Osei Halifax, as well as Warrant Officer Class 1 Richard Mensah. And those who came through the pilot for the fast roping are Squadron Leader Evans Kwabna Opoku, Squadron Leader Benjamin Ochre, and Fly Lieutenant Abdul Nasser Salia, with Sergeant Tebi Kenneth, and Sergeant Kina Stephen, and Corporal Aticho Charles. And so the dog has helped them to arrest whoever is fomenting the trouble. So they just to inform the public that if there's something that needs special forces to go and undertake the operation, they would go and do it. So now they are searching the criminal to be sure he has nothing on him.
The crowd of people here at the Babayara Stadium observing as the Ghana Armed Forces, I should say, show us what stuff they're made of and how prepared they are to protect the territorial integrity of the Republic of Ghana. We've come a long way, 63 years of independence, 63 years of so much to celebrate and so much to look forward to. The president now taking his seat. So the special forces are now marching off.
Yes.
Assignment has been done.
Yes, accomplished.
Accomplished,
Yes.
and their tax is done, and they will now go home, if you like.
Yes.
They've been dismissed.
Yes, they sought permission.
It's in the military that dismissal means something different from the rest. When you are dismissed, I've heard that in the military, that means go home. In other circles, when you are dismissed, it means don't come back here ever again.
Yeah, it has different meanings at different times. So if you're on parade and they said turn to your right, dismiss, it means turn to your right, you have closed whatever we are doing.
Go home.
But you can also be dismissed from the armed forces. So it can be used in the connotation that you know as well.
Thank you so much, the Vice President of the Republic. Again, at the risk of sounding repetitive, the Baba Yara Sports Stadium is filled to capacity. 40,000 plus people are here. We have thousands more around the vicinity of the stadium. Every parking space, every sitting space has been occupied, to the extent that the police have made a public appeal to people not to leave their homes for the stadium, and that they should stay at home, because even if you come, you will not be able to get a chance to come inside the stadium. Now we see the mass band again.
Yes, and the mass band will be trooping, after which the contingents, the Ghana Armed Forces and the other security services will now march back onto the parade. You know, the mass band is part of the parade, and because it will not have time to march past like the other contingent, it normally troops, and the aim of the trooping is to display. So I'm sure with time we'll see what they have for us.
So this is the mass band. The mass band is made up of various bands from the various wings of the Ghana Armed Forces.
Yes, we have the Armed Forces Central Band, we have the Army Band, we have the Navy Band, the Air Force Band, and the Police Band. And so they always come together during...
And on this occasion, who then leads the band? Is it the Army, the Navy, the police, or who leads the band?
Normally the most senior, and in this person is the band officer. In this instance is the band officer, and it's the person of Naval Lieutenant Stanley Theophilus Brock. And he's assisted by Lieutenant Emmanuel Eric Yaboa, Lieutenant Foster Opoku Jan, and Assistant Superintendent of Police Felix Ofe Osei Maabua. So the leader is the band officer. Yes.
And in the military you also have band masters.
He is the band officer. So these are drum majors. We have the band. The band masters normally are behind the band. So those marching now with the maize are the drum majors, and they display with the maize. And then we have the band masters. They are normally behind the band as they march. So maybe when they come around, so these are drum majors. And they are led by the senior most drum major, who is in the person of Chief Petty Officer Class 1. Chief Petty Officer Class 1, Tay Aite James. He is the most senior drum major. So we have the drum major from the Army, Staff Sergeant Abeka Edward, and Staff Sergeant Kweku Emmanuel. We have the drum major for the Navy, leading seaman Sani Taju Emmanuel, and Flight Sergeant Blackson Ebenezer from the Air Force. And they are all drum majors. A while ago, the band had displayed a stool, and we know the significance of stool in the Ghanaian culture. Stool is a mark of authority and royalty. In Ashanti Kingdom, we are aware of the golden stool, and as a nation, we have the presidential stool. And so, the band a while ago demonstrated stool. They displayed the stool.
So they are not just marching, but they are marching to communicate. They are marching to send different messages at different times. And a short while ago, Commander just indicated that the ship we saw was that of a stool. And there's Ashanti himself who occupies a stool. And we know the significance of a stool in the Ashanti Kingdom. The stool actually reflects the spirit of Ashanti.
That is true. All chiefs have a storeroom where stools of the past chiefs are kept. And you have to do your work very well and with distinction before your stool will be preserved. Otherwise, it will be left white and it will not be blackened. The blackened stools are the most prestigious of all the stools. So this is a trophy for every chief who lives honorably.
All right, so it wasn't by accident that we saw the military do that for us, especially as we are in the Ashanti region.
And so that was the drum majors displaying with their maize. And that is a mark of authority as far as they are also concerned. And that is the most senior drum major, Chief Petty Officer IT. And let me quickly add that the band masters, we have Chief Petty Officer Class 1 Quist Love from the Ghana Navy. We also have Warrant Officer Class 1 Dale Leonidas from the Ghana Armed Forces Central Band. Warrant Officer Class 1 Anani George from the Army Band. And that is the band officer, Lieutenant Brock. We also have Chief Petty Officer Class 1, Boachi Emmanuel from the Ghana Navy. And the Ghana Air Force, we have Warrant Officer Class 2, Mayedeng John. And the police, we have Inspector Boating Nicholas. The band has put up another display, and this time it is unity. Unity. In unity is strength, and as a people, we need to work together as one.
Currently, you are seeing the crowd of people, and there's the Vice President and his wife waving the flag of Ghana. But the band has formed a shape signifying unity at this point in time. The unity of Ghana as exemplified by the attendance here, as exemplified by the pictures you're seeing on your screens at the moment. People from different backgrounds, culturally, religiously, ethnically, social status-wise, everyone is here, and the purpose is Ghana. The love of Ghana, 63rd anniversary of Ghana's independence it is.
Let me quickly add that the drum majors for the police are Sergeant Ada Daniel and Corporal Ampoma Matilda.
And that was the police band. We will now have the march pass by the other security agencies, the band having displayed what they are made of and having sent out messages both verbally through their songs and also through the shapes they made whilst marching. Very significant messages there. Soon we'll find the other troops join them as they march past and pay respect to the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, His Excellency President Kufu-Addo. That will be done very shortly.
Yes, so the mass band will move to take its proper position so that it can allow the other contingents to march on parade. And so that's what they are doing now. They are moving to the rear of the parade so that the other contingent can come and march past.
So the other contingents will come and march past. But again, Silicon, I just want us to go back to the numbers. We saw a very huge crowd in Tamale. And it looks like we've stepped it even higher, up even higher, as we see here in Kumasi that the 40,000 capacity stadium has been filled up to capacity, and that even the parking spaces outside the stadium have all been taken up, and then also all those who are selling and people walking around. The place is so filled up that there are no spaces. I know you love crowds. What is the kind of crowd you expected? This is beautiful, Silicon. The other contingents now taking their turns to march. They're about to take their turns to march, the other contingents. And a while ago, I just saw a picture. I wish that we had stayed on it a while longer, where I saw a man wearing smock, another wearing kente, and right beside the one wearing kente was a man in Agbada. Three different cultures in one picture. Pictures speak much louder than words. Ashanti region is home to a variety of people. The Ashanti trace their history, and you'll find that they have interacted with many people from different backgrounds. You agree with me?
Yeah, very much. We have the city of Kumasi and towns inserted in the city. So we have the Angloga, which is bigger than Angloga in Volta region. In Kumasi, we have Fanti New Town, which is also bigger in terms of size compared to Mankesim in the central region. We have Dagomba town, we have the Mosizongo, we have all these people, and not just that, they have their chiefs who have position in the chieftaincy system in the Ashanti Kingdom, so that the Angloga chief is within the Jasi division, and then we have the Fanti chief on the right wing chief, that is Nifa division. So we have all these people and their positions within the kingdom, so that they don't find themselves wanting. Everybody is seen as an Ashanti. The Ashanti is not the language. It is everybody who lives here.
Wow, interesting. I knew about the Gomba line. I know about Angloga in Kumasi. I know about Zongo and so on. But it's interesting to find out that these groups of people actually have seats in the Ashanti kingdom and the structure of the chieftaincy in Ashanti.
So they don't see themselves as strangers. They all belong to it, and they have their chiefs who move closer to the king more than even an ordinary Ashanti would move closer to the king.
The contingents have just started marching at the moment. These are men from the Ghana Army, I believe.
Yes, that's the Ghana Army now. Then we have the Ghana Navy.
And this is slow march.
Yes.
So at what point do you do slow march? And when does the slow march translate into a quick march? We've seen that a number of times, Commander Veronica. The last time we saw they started slow march, and before we knew it, the tune had changed and the steps had changed. They had started moving very quickly. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, we have different types of steps. We have the slow march, we have the quick march, and we even have some which is much faster than the quick march. Those ones are normally used within our training institution. I believe we just start slowly and we warm up to the quick march. So there's no specific time to say this is the time for you to do slow march and that time you do quick march. On every parade, we try to display both, that we can walk slowly, we can walk majestically, and we can also walk very quickly when the need arises. So every parade, we try to have these two, slow and a quick time. And so now the contingent are first marching onto the stadium, after which only the Ghana Armed Forces will march past in slow time, and then the others will join in the quick time. And that's a color party in our shot a while ago. And colors are very, very important in the military. Colors have a long-standing history where men tied either their cloth or a piece of material on a pole to depict their location. And as militaries were formed, colors started evolving. And so on the battlefield, you always had your colors at a particular location such that in the noise of the battle, it is raised aloft so that wherever you are, you can see it. Even as you fight, you make the effort to get to where your colors are. And once the colors were taken over by the enemy, you lost the battle and you became prisoners of war or slaves. And so colors have been protected since time immemorial. And that's a parade commander.
Right, so now let's listen to the parade commander.
Captain Edu Jemfi. it is only the armed forces that will march past in slow time, and when they are done, the other security services will join them to march past in quick time. That's the Ghana Air Force. The gentleman on the horse in the white is the parade adjutant, Lieutenant Commander Jabbar Bentel. And the lead officer is the parade commander, Group Captain Edu Jemfi. Was compliment paid to Mr. President, and anytime the parade is marching and gets to the days, Mr. President is expected to stand and take all the compliments before he takes his seat.
And Sergeant Soa Benjamin. Number 4 escort contingent is the Navy female contingent, commanded by Naval Lieutenant Selina Bia. The supernumeraries are Sub Lieutenant Jennifer Abwaje and Sub Lieutenant Christabel Enima Echampon. The contingent sergeant major is Petty Officer Class 2 Aliga Nokbe Regina. The number 5 contingent is an Air Force male contingent, commanded by Flight Lieutenant Emmanuel Kelly. The supernumeraries are Flying Officer Richmond Abutiate and Flying Officer Anderson Don Komangma. The contingent's non-commissioned officer supernumerary is 1 Officer Class 2 Kunuma Raymond. The number 6 escort contingent is the Ghana Air Force female contingent, commanded by Flight Lieutenant Precious Say, Her Supernumerary Staff Line of Sir Benedict Anna Achair Boy, and Flying Officer Hamdallah Al-Hassan. The non-commissioned officer supernumerary is Flight Sergeant Ashanti Regional.
Set! Left! Wheel! Left!
Following the said contingent is the Parade Second in Command, Lieutenant Colonel Kwesi Warrior Pepra. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana Armed Forces contingents and the contingents from the other security services will march past in quick time. Distinguished guests, approaching the days now is the #1 contingent, the Army Male Contingent from the Southern Command of the Ghana Army. The motto of the command is Kulum Shiri, ready and willing. Kulum Shiri, ready to fight. Kulum Shiri, shield the nation. #2 contingent is the Army All-Female Contingent, drawn from the Support Services Brigade Group. Their motto is press on, and the response is regardless. The #3 contingent is the Ghana Navy Male Contingent, drawn from the Western Naval Command in 2nd D. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I request all to rise anytime the colors move past your location. An important feature of every military parade is the custom of carrying colors. And today we have 4 colors on parade: the Ghana National Color, the Ghana Army Color, the Ghana Navy Ensign, and the Ghana Air Force Color. The number 4 contingent is a Navy all-female contingent drawn from the Eastern Naval Command in Tema. Number 5 contingent is an Air Force male contingent drawn from the Air Force Base Accra, Air Force Base Takrady, Air Force Base Tamale, and the Air Force headquarters in Accra. The number 6 escort contingent is the Ghana Air Force female contingent. Personnel are drawn from the Air Force Base Accra, Air Force Base Takrady, Air Force Base Tamale, and the Air Force headquarters in Accra. The next 4 contingents are drawn from the Ghana Police Service. Number 7 contingent is commanded by Deputy Superintendent of Police, Kodo Kofi Robert. The supernumerary is Assistant Superintendent of Police, Stephen Kobna Abravi, and ASP Richard Nate. The contingent Sergeant Major is General Sergeant Ebenezer Tete. The number 8 contingent is commanded by DSP Mary Esikumsin, with ASP Sunrise Adika and ASP Rose Ajo Aliga as supernumeraries. The contingent Sergeant Major is Policewoman Sergeant Ernestina Amponsan. The 9th contingent of the Ghana Police is commanded by DSP Baba Francis Kofi. The supernumeraries are ASP Roxin Jesse and ASP Kwame Teku. The contingent Sergeant Major is General Sergeant Ankuma Prince. The 10th contingent is the last of the police contingent and is commanded by DSP Theodora Intiriwa. The supernumeraries are ASP Estanate and ASP Opon Asante Doris. The contingent Sergeant Major is Policewoman Sergeant Sheila Eje. The next 2 contingents are made up of personnel from the Ghana Prison Service. The 11th contingent is commanded by Deputy Superintendent of Prisons, Houston Nana Ado. The supernumeraries are Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Andy Mreku Asante, and ASP Roger Esiedu. The contingent Sergeant Major is Sergeant David John. The 12th contingent is the Prisons Female Contingent, commanded by DSP Vera Jekyll. The supernumeraries are ASP Wilhelmina Tego and ASP Karen Obey. The contingent Sergeant Major is Sergeant Emilia Echampo. Contingents 13 and 14 are made up by fire officers. The male contingent is commanded by Assistant Divisional Officer Grade 2 Wilfred Odumnya. The supernumeraries are ADO Grade 2 Ado Opoku Bernard and ADO Grade 2 Enoch Adonu. The contingent Sergeant Major is Assistant Station Officer Anan Ni Otu Solomon. The female contingent is commanded by ADO Grade 2 Abdul Fanta. The supernumeraries are ADO Grade 2 Ajua Chumesiwa Hughes. ADO Grade 2 Jejiri Paulina. The contingent Sergeant Major is Assistant Group Officer Apusasa Irene. The next contingents are from the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Assistant Revenue Officer Eugene Minka Asenso is the contingent commander. The supernumeraries are ARO Edwin Nipe Tete and ARO Dixon Bano Kodria. The contingent Sergeant Major is Junior Revenue Assistant Grade 1 Eugene Echampo. The female contingent is commanded by ARO AC Botre. Her supernumeraries are ARO Patricia Ahonu and ARO Athia Kesewa. Contingent Sergeant Major is Junior Revenue Assistant Grade 1 Emilia Fosua. The next contingents are drawn from the Ghana Immigration Service. The male contingent is commanded by Deputy Superintendent of Immigration Kennedy Tingza. The supernumeraries are Assistant Superintendent of Immigration Al-Hassan Rashid and ASI Isaka Ibrahim. Contingent Sergeant Major is Inspector AJ David. Female contingent is commanded by DSI Sando Nana Esi. The supernumeraries are ASI Kator Esther and ASI Frederica Coleman. The contingent Sergeant Major is Assistant Inspector Evelyn Ampa. The last two contingents are from the National Ambulance Service. The male contingent is commanded by Advanced Emergency Medical Technician Chumesi Alexander. The supernumeraries are Principal Emergency Medical Technician Owusu Oscar and Principal Emergency Medical Technician Frimpong Reginald. Contingent Sergeant Major is Senior Emergency Medical Technician Abubakari Abdul. The female contingent is commanded by EMT Al-Hassan Nadia. Supernumeraries are PMT Karim Latifa and PMT Sewa Alice. The contingent Sergeant Major is CMT Boatin Adwa Jumo.
And Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we shall have a choral performance by the SDA Senior High School, the choir.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I want you to watch this splendid display by the contingent King. The contingents have used their rifles to ride our games. And indeed, the theme for today's 63rd Independence Parade is consolidating our gains. The theme celebrates the successes struck by the nation after 63 years of independence. It also takes a retrospective look at her challenges within the context of Ghana's development agenda over the years. Ghana will continue to become the beacon of hope while we remain peaceful and also protecting her enviable record of being one of the most peaceful countries in Africa.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we shall now rise as the choir sings the anniversary anthem. And the choir to perform that is SDA Senior High School, the choir. Shall we please rise? As we sing the anniversary anthem, Maomayu Ehiao. Please wave your Ghana flags. Thank you very much, SDA Senior High School. Shall we please be seated? And the choral trainers were Nana Ado Krantin Amoa, Pastor Uriah Osei Mensa, and Esio Nkwabin David. This was done under the coordination of Mr. Opoku Ajiman, the Ashanti Regional Cultural Coordinator, and Mr. Anania Fuakwa, the headmaster of the school. Thank you so much, SDA Senior High School, Bekwai.
Distinguished guests, next we shall witness a display of some equipment by the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, and the National Ambulance Service.
By the Ghana Armed Forces and other security agencies. You tell us, so the equipment display, we also have the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, and the Ghana National Ambulance Service all coming together to display their equipment. Of course, we know that in recent times, the Ghana Ambulance Service was given over 300 ambulances. I'm sure they'll be displaying some of them, but what else are we looking forward to seeing, and in what order is it going to take place?
Right. The first to display the equipment will be coming from the 64 Regiment, and they will be coming with the quad bikes and snipers, and that team is led by Captain Anwar Sadat Adams. And then after that we'll have the Hunter vehicles And these vehicles also operate in very rugged situations and defies all difficult and rough terrain. Then following the hunter vehicles, we'll have the anti-aircraft guns and multi-rocket launchers. After which the signal will come. The signal is a radio control improvised explosive device jammer on their vehicle. So it's a host of them. So I'd rather we look at it and enjoy
but
ourselves.
I asked you to explain because usually the security agencies keep information to themselves and tell you that for security reasons. Why is it that the security agencies do not mind displaying what they have to the rest of the public when indeed they have been telling us that we don't tell you everything in security? Some of the things they keep to themselves.
Exactly. And what we are displaying is not everything. We are displaying the ones we can easily display without any challenges. So these vehicles, I'm sure you see them in town from time to time. So these are not things that the general public does not have to know. So we know what to bring out and what to keep in. So these ones, it's just for you to know that these are some of the equipment we work with. And they do not really have any challenge. They do not have any challenge.
And what sort of impact do you hope to make on the public when you come out to display some of these things to them?
Yeah, okay. Some of this equipment can operate in very rugged terrain. So somebody will ask you, something has happened overseas. How do you get there? If we go with an aircraft, eventually we'll have to get down into a vehicle. So some of these vehicles are to tell you the environment in which they operate and to assure you that irrespective of where you are located, we have a variety of vehicles that can reach your location. We also have different weapons for different purposes, which I will not explain anyway. So that is basically just to give you that assurance that we are there to ensure our total safety and security.
Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Fire Service, the Ambulance Service of Ghana, and other security agencies will all in a very short while display to the President some of the equipment they have. And by displaying to the President, of course, by extension, they would be displaying to the rest of us here in the country, just to reassure us that they are up to the task, they are alive and awake, and anytime they are called upon to protect us, they will be there to do so on our behalf.
The leading vehicles are the Cobra 1 Rescue and Surveillance vehicles. They have adopted design formation. They are equipped with gunshot detection system designed to detect, locate, and provide feedback on hostile fire.
Like Commander Anki was saying, and we have no fears.
The two pounds of size, class 2, Kutu, Victor. The next vehicle is the Cobra 2 Hamburg personnel carrier. They have adopted the box formation. They are also used to support assault troops in conducting special operations such as raid and counter-terrorism. They are commanded by Second Lieutenant Kevin Latin. The two officer is one officer class 1 to receive handshake. At the rear of that formation is the Raptor combat vehicle. They are equipped with a 90mm quick firing gun. They have also adopted the Line 1 formation. They are under the command of Second Lieutenant Jonah Frempa. That troop 1 officer is one officer class 1 anchor.
So that's a display of equipment by the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, and also the Ghana Ambulance Service, the Ghana Fire Service, and all the other security agencies. Commander, you are the military officer here with us. You may want to explain to us what we are seeing for purposes of educating our viewers.
Okay, so the shot currently in our view is from the 66 Artillery. But from this angle, the vehicles, the 4 vehicles in front are from the Armor Regiment, the 153 Armor Regiment in Accra. Those are the 4 vehicles we are seeing. And then directly behind them, we have the 66 Artillery Regiment. They perform different duties, but I'm not sure I would want to go into the nitty-gritty of their roles.
Yes, We do understand that, but so the president has been on his feet most part of the day since he arrived here, and he's still doing so. Remember that this is the 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade, but it is the first time it has been brought, the national celebration has been brought to the Ashanti region and specifically to the capital, Kumasi. And it's the second time ever in the history of the Republic of Ghana for the event to have been moved outside of the capital, Accra. The first time was in Tamale, the northern regional capital. Here we see a display of some military equipment. Indeed, this is obviously from the Navy. This is the Ghana Navy. I know this too.
Yes, so that was the Ghana Navy, and that's the port security patrol boats. And these boats are rigid-hulled, inflatable boats used by the Navy for operations at sea and for diving operations.
Definitely, the Ghana Navy could not have brought its ships here, and so you brought a boat to show to Ghanaians.
Yes.
But there's a lot more that the Ghana Navy can boast of than what is being displayed here.
Yes, and that is the police now. Those riders are from the police dispatch. No, this is from the Ghana Police Service.
The Ghana Police Service.
This is from the Ghana Police Service.
Currently displaying. And these are the dispatch riders in front of the other vehicles, and the dispatch riders, as the name suggests, dispatch officials in a very quick manner, where when officials need the way to be cleared for them in order to attend to events and emergencies in good time. Not just officials, but in emergency situations, these are the men who make the way clear for the experts to be able to arrive there on time.
And these are some of the riot control vehicles by the Ghana police.
Ghana Police Service displaying the equipment to the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. And there we have the Ghana Fire Service. The Fire Service were also restocked not too long ago. They have still been appealing for more. It's just like all of the security agencies, including the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force as well. You've been calling for more equipment to stock your what you already have, haven't you?
Also from the Ghana National Fire Service, you see the ambulances. Not too long ago, Abdul, the ambulances became a subject of a national conversation.
Of course, the ambulances were a source of national conversation, especially when many Ghanaians could not. Yeah, and that is the physical trainers once again.
Yes, physical training instructors from the Ghana Armed Forces.
We earlier saw them display on the field, and now they are displaying some of their equipment. This looks more like a mobile gym, if you ask me.
It's amazing to see a human being just rotating with that vehicle continuously. And this is going to go on throughout. Wonderful.
Please don't try this at home.
Not at all. Not with your friends or your brothers and sisters.
Logs. Those doing the sit-ups.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see, they are carrying logs.
They're carrying logs?
Yes.
On a moving vehicle?
Yes. Maybe when you sit and you want to do normal sit-ups, it's difficult. And you are carrying logs on the move. Okay, so... Yes, and the others were doing arm pressing.
This is really a display of physical fortitude, not just mental fortitude.
The 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade here at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, and the scenes here, those that cannot be brought to you on camera, are even more exciting than the ones you see on camera, because the activities taking place outside of the premises of the stadium. It's amazing. We'll be bringing you that once the official ceremony is over, and GBC News will bring you all the scenes that could not be brought to you here. So you stick with GBC as we bring you even the minutest detail of the event here this afternoon. It started in the morning at about 9:30 when the president arrived. And so far, it has been exciting. We've seen school children, students, we've seen teachers participate in this. But beyond that, we've seen different cultural groups also represent here. We've seen the different regions, more especially the new regions that were created a little over a year ago. They all came to Kumasi to showcase what it is that their regions have to offer to the rest of Ghana. So we saw the Bono region, the Bono East region, we saw the Savannah region as well as the Northeast region. They each had representation here. It's been an exciting scene. And then of course the security agencies have been phenomenal so far today. And currently we're seeing the display of equipment.
Yes, personnel have gone to pick their weapons. You remember they displayed our gains.
Yes.
They've gone to pick their weapons, and any moment from now they will advance in review order, simply meaning they will get closer to Mr. President to listen to his speech.
What it is right now is that because of the parade.
Yes, that is it. That's the review order.
Another one. And whenever things like this happen, without prompting, you see the crowd go gay with happiness, and the claps, without prompting.
Exactly.
And that's what we just saw there. So this is the marching in review order.
Yes,
it's been
this
done,
advancing in review order.
So they get closer to the commander-in-chief.
Yeah, so now they are paying compliments. And as they are having as they present arms, we are having the 21 gun salute. It's a kind of compliment. It's a kind of literally saying greeting to the president.
Let's hear the 21 gun salute.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't expect. We haven't seen this. We've seen after the 21 gun salute, then the three choppers just flew past. This again talks about precision, timing, and then there's nothing like Ghanaman time. Time is time, and we have just been shown, because if they had missed it by even a second, the beauty would have vanished.
Yes. So we watched three things together. They had presented arms whilst we're playing the national anthem. We had the 21 gun salute, and simultaneously we had the aircraft flying past.
And all this happened almost at the same time.
Yes.
And so timing is of the essence.
Exactly. And rehearsal, to be sure that everything is on point.
And that means that in the life of the ordinary man, practice shouldn't be taken for granted.
And timing, the Ghana time, is high time we got over it and did things on time.
Commander Edu Jemfi now. Parade Commander Edu Jemfi has been speaking with the President. The Parade Commander approached the President a while ago, said a few words. I'm sure he's retained.
Right!
Okay.
Stand! East! Stand easy.
May I respectfully invite the special guest of honor for this year's independence anniversary, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency, Honorable Dr. Keith Christopheroli, to give his address.
Who is the special guest of honor, has been invited to give his address, and he has started.
Ranka Akufo-Addo and Mrs. Rebecca Addo, Akufo-Addo. Your Excellencies, Alhaji Dr. Mahadu Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, and Mrs. Hajia Samira Bawumia, Your Royal Majesty, Otumfo Osei Tutu II and Lady Sophia, Lady Julia, the Speaker of the Parliament, the Right Honorable Professor Aaron Mike Okoye, and his spouse, Mrs. Alberta Okoye, His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Ghana, Chairman and members of the Council of State, His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings and Nana Konadu Agenang Rawlings, His Excellency John Agekum Kufo, His Excellency John Amani Mahama, the Chief of Staff, my Lord, government officials, Honorable Minister of State, Chiefs and Queen Mothers, distinguished invited guests, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to bring to you, the government and people of the Republic of Ghana, the best wishes of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and to join with you here in Kumasi, celebrate the 6th independence of the Republic of Ghana. I am particularly pleased to be here in Ghana following the success of the year of return in 2019, through which Ghana extended a hand of welcome to all descendants of Africans who were captured and transported to the Americas beginning in 1619 with the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in Jamestown, Virginia, in what would become the United States of America. We in Trinidad and Tobago recognize our ancestral and historical ties to Ghana and other countries of the African continent. The archival records of Trinidad and Tobago show that in 1813, the census of Trinidad, in which enslaved Africans on the island were registered by region of origin and ethnicity, there were persons in Trinidad of ethnic groups drawn from the land of West Africa, from the modern countries of Senegal in the north to Angola in the south, including the Fanti and Akwan ethnic groups from the then Gold Coast. Trinidad and Tobago has therefore always had an African identity. It should be no surprise then that nationals of Trinidad and Tobago had a significant role to play in the 20th century in the development of Pan-African thought and action, starting from the organization of the first Pan-African Conference in London in July 1900 by Henry Sylvester Williams, the Trinidadian barrister, and continuing through the seminal roles played by C.L.R. James and George Padmore in the development of Pan-Africanism. The roles played by C.L.R. James and George Padmore in the development of the political philosophy of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the first Prime Minister and President of Ghana, is well documented, with Padmore, a renowned Pan-Africanist, friend and advisor of Dr. Nkrumah. He provided able counsel and support for the establishment of an independent Ghana. It is reported that at the opening of the George Padmore Research Library on African Affairs in Accra on the 30th of June 1961, President Nkrumah ranked Padmore as one of the greatest architects of the African liberation movement dedicated to African union and unity. The attainment of your independence in 1957 under the leadership of Dr. Nkrumah was therefore cause for celebration, not only in Ghana, but also among the nations of the world, which at that time were still struggling to free themselves from colonial rule. Through the formal establishment of relations between the independent countries of Trinidad and Tobago and Ghana, that will take place for 10 years later in 1967, the success of Ghana's independence struggle provided an example of what was possible to those colonies yet to follow in Ghana's footsteps. This close relationship put forward by the United Kingdom and the United States was a resolution which was sponsored by the UK and seconded by Ghana when Trinidad and Tobago was admitted to the United Nations. Over the 53 years of diplomatic relations between our countries, we have pursued shared interests in our bilateral relations and in regional and international fora, including the African, Caribbean, and Pacific Group of States. I wish to draw to your attention specifically to two areas of cooperation, agriculture and energy, which build on a history of collaboration between our two countries. The importance of agriculture in the development of a country cannot be overstated, as it provides the most basic and essential form of security for society. This food security also has the potential to translate into income security, as it provides means of sustenance and income for many of our people. Both Trinidad and Tobago and Ghana are producers of cocoa, and cooperation in this area between our countries dates back to our colonial past. The Cocoa Research Unit and the scheme of 1930 at the Imperial College of Tropical Agriculture at St. Augustine in Trinidad and Tobago was financed jointly by several governments, including the government of Ghana. Ghana hosted the first roundtable on sustainable cocoa economy in October 2007, followed by Trinidad and Tobago in March 2009. Both our countries are also states parties to the International Cocoa Agreement of 2001. Trinidad and Tobago has an interest in furthering collaboration with Ghana in developing our cocoa sectors through establishing linkages between our respective cocoa management authorities. Exchanges in expertise and technology, sharing of genetic material, training, joint venture projects, cocoa tourism, and the processing of cocoa into finished products along the cocoa value chain are all matters of interest between our both countries. With respect to energy, Trinidad and Tobago has been involved in the petroleum sector
for over 100 years, undertaking considerable oil and gas exploration on land and shallow water. As the largest oil and natural gas producer in the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago's hydrocarbon sector moved from an oil one to mostly natural gas based in the early 1990s. In January 2007, the then Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the late Patrick Manning, announced the establishment of an African Energy Initiative at the 8th Ordinary Session of the African Union in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. The objectives of this initiative for Trinidad and Tobago were to provide assistance to the countries of West, Central, and South Africa in developing their energy sectors, to further the economic development and wealth of the selected states of the African Union by providing free technical expertise in an advisory capacity to assist them in monetizing their petroleum and natural gas resources. Also to assist Africa's achievement of the United Nations Millennium Development Goals. And thirdly, to enhance opportunities for South-South cooperation with selected states of the African Union. Additionally, there have been discussions between the Takoradi Technical University of Ghana and the University of Trinidad and Tobago, UTT, focused on exploring between the two universities the development of human resources and technical capabilities for Ghana's oil and gas industry. Trinidad and Tobago is ready and willing to assist in the development of this new area of economic activity in Ghana, and you will find in Trinidad and Tobago a ready partner through energy skills training and linkages between our tertiary institutions. These two areas, energy and agriculture, build on a history of collaboration between our two countries. It is for this reason that Trinidad and Tobago would wish to enter into arrangements with Ghana as soon as possible for the establishment of air services and transportation between our two countries. This would promote the movement of people and goods and improve the trade prospect between our countries. As I close, I recall that on the last occasion I had the privilege to visit Ghana in 2016. I took the opportunity to visit Elmina Castle, which was used as a facility for the holding and shipping of slaves from Africa to the Americas. This movement of persons from Africa into the Americas brought with it a deep reservoir of culture and traditions, which continue to enrich and sustain us for centuries after our arrival in that part of the world. Trinidad and Tobago, as the first country in the world to declare a national holiday to commemorate the abolition of slavery, pays homage to the contribution, resilience of those persons in its annual Emancipation Day celebration, which have been attended by former presidents of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings and His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor. In the same way that Ghana has been present in Trinidad and Tobago as we celebrate our Emancipation Day, I am happy to return to Africa and to Ghana to celebrate your Independence Day with you. As we in Trinidad and Tobago celebrate with you today the 63rd Independence Day of the Republic of Ghana, I hold out to you the best wishes of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago for peace, progress and prosperity of the government and people of the Republic of Ghana. Happy independence to the people of Ghana from the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We shall have a poetry recital and drama appellation by the Garrison Basil School.
and Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the school to perform the drum appellation and poetry recital is Garrison Basic School from 4 Garrison Education Center, 4BN in the Kumasi metropolis. The appellation was written by the head teacher, Mr. Isaac Osaikofo, and this is done to usher in very important personalities to rise and address their people. In this case, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is respectfully invited to step forward to deliver his independence address to the nation.
Ghana ene osani kokro be pia ma Ghana mai pudio no ma nyina bochi abepie santima mu onyankopon Allah nyankopon se chia dama enu ama mfashe kesie edin mpenye ewo omayi mu na ama ya chehye nyina se obebo wanya bedu nufuta braba Ghana ma nyina no manoi onyame anoa ama aben ahia pihue ye bo mrane ana eso na efataw Ono na ho brasel na butirenti wagina nkonson so atutu omprenu ama atuduro sai na ne prensa so na awoto no ekumado ma bebre emodo ma pempem so e ma wona hwefa patuda na ho wono no wo bemem wo yo chiman de sekan etina kan yesunsun kuta te se kuta de ne wonyere wonsem na nsumfiri wonsada wa wotase obuoni ni die do boa te sese bi koko kracha wo boa ne krata no akọja abase bo wa kwa foda ase wa onyame adomu nim denti wasiamra guwidiem amanne emrani fonkare hunu wa o chaw prise engukra kubatia se ka se agemrani apapa mu a yenya bio efise o fanye dade o fanye dua o fanye nsuo o fanye honhom nipa ne sebi abode epinso usinsio ma asana mahamo itida ho odi chenya asabonso amampani fufuro suro omuhunu se ho popoya okote omampani sujarampowe Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, Addo one day state, one factory, Addo one village, one dam, Addo one constituency, one ambulance, Papa B. Omampania, a teacher for, a nurse for, a new mahodo, a kunia meeting in our down war. Ukura umudia muti sabra kosia. What tima to send your capacity. Free SHS Papa Monuyo. Nana Monuyo wate. Nana Monuyo. If we say Wamaya Nanka Yensem Fata Yanga Sebita Frache, a nim near a cheer. Nanny does so bien free woman. Aquachanchama to say, Nanka Yansi a day near Gonza so Sukuni Mubi. And I use the age now, honey, and I was you, and I use the Yako to what say near the other was say. What's your breath for? What my breath for? Go my jewel. I could not for him, Kununu, Nasana, or my could not for his Sako, Mano dear, and I need some money, your what say. Nana Bata has what you wish, yeah, Nananko do Beshakro, or true Stepan, yeah, Nananko, but true Stepawate Santimaura Santimagia continuing, or 248 to Tosum, you know. Your board, your boy, Moise. Nana, get to Pobian Wate, Madame Moise.
Trade yam. Set a corporate oh, brief and tamper, my do sad. Young, you want them. My home in the soap. And then, so. in Subom. A man, I would. At the floor. And Quada. I am for a Cassian and Ketua.
And the pupils were taken through rehearsals by Mr. Dapa Moses, Mr. Antonio Poku, and Mr. Oshri Eric, all teachers of Garrison Basic Schools. And this was done under careful supervision of Mrs. Joyce Afrenuama, Director for Cultural Education Programs, Ghana Education Service. May I respectfully invite the President to deliver his 63rd Independence Anniversary speech. Mr. President.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the climax of today's Independence Anniversary Parade, which is the anniversary speech by the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. With a round of applause, join me welcome Mr. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for the 63rd Independence Anniversary speech. Mr. President.
Eminent clergy, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, our esteemed guest of honor and your spouse, First Lady, Vice President and Second Lady, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Chief Justice and spouse, Chairperson and members of the Council of State, Your Excellency, the Second President of the Fourth Republic, former Second Lady, Otumfuo Asante Regional, dignitaries of the Ghanaian and Trinidadian states, the Chief of Defense Staff of the Ghana Armed Forces, the Inspector General of the Police Force, commanders, officers, men, women of the security services, Nananum and traditional rulers, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. It was 63 years ago today that our forefathers' dream of independence for our nation became a reality.
Ghana became an independent nation and gained her freedom from the colonial power, Britain. The celebrated calypso singer of the time, Lord Kitchener, put it into what became a famous hit. This day will never be forgotten, the 6th of March, 1957, when the Gold Coast successfully got their independence officially. Ghana is the name. Ghana we wish to proclaim. We will be jolly, merry and gay, the 6th of March, Independence Day. Today, as we mark this sacred day on our calendar, it is worth noting that the great majority of our population was born after 6th March 1957. They identified that day only through old black and white newsreels, and it might be difficult for them to imagine the sheer euphoria and magic of that day. Last year, for the first time, we took the official celebrations out of the national capital city of Accra to Tamale, capital of the northern region, and a huge success it was. This year, we are gathered here in Kumasi, capital of the Ashanti region, as the focal point of the official celebrations. The happiness of the day is not meant to be limited to the place of the official celebrations. This is a day that should be celebrated by all around the country and by all Ghanaians and friends of Ghana, wherever they are. Indeed, on that day of 6 March 1957, the celebrations were not limited to the new country, Ghana, or to Ghanaians alone. The rest of the world joined to celebrate with us. We were the trailblazers for the independence movement of the continent. We held out hope for restored dignity to the black race around the world. African Americans and the peoples of the Caribbean especially walked tall and cheered us on. It was not accidental that the Trinidadian, Lord Kitchener, composed the defining song of the event. We're carrying on that relationship, born 63 years ago, by having as our esteemed guest of honor at these celebrations the Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, MP, one of the great figures of modern Caribbean politics, who has given us such a superb speech of commendation and encouragement. Prime Minister and Mrs. Sharon Clark Rowley and members of the Trinidadian delegation, we wish you a warm Ghanaian welcome, a big Akwaba. On your second visit to our country, and we know that you are at home and among your own in your beautiful kente cloths. It is a matter of great joy to us that last year we had such enthusiastic support for the year of return from the Caribbean and the Americas. The Prime Minister of Barbados, the Admirable Honorable Mia Motley QC MP, was also with us last year, and she accompanied me to Yendi to witness the historic performance of the age-old Damba Festival by a new Yana, the first in many, many years, to mark the end of decades of hostility in one of the ancient kingdoms of our land. Prime Minister, we are here in Kumasi, in the presence of the Ashanti Regional, Skion, of the famous Osei Poku Oyoko royal dynasty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. There is one thing that any visitor here can be certain of. It is the cultural capital of our country. Kumasi welcomes people from all parts and makes them feel like they belong. It was also the capital of one of the greatest kingdoms of pre-colonial Africa, Ashanti, whose luster was comparable to that of the kingdoms of Benin, Oyo, Mali, Songhai, Congo, Mutapa, and Zulu. So we are indeed in historic premises and are grateful for the attendance of the mighty Asante Hene and the other noble traditional rulers. Fellow Ghanaians, we remember today, as we should, those whose vision inspired the independence movement. We pay homage today, as we should, to those who dare to dream of this kaleidoscope nation made up of different peoples. And we give praise, as we should, to those who made huge sacrifices to make possible March 6, 1957. To the members of the Aborigines Rights Protection Society, who protected our lands from the grasp of the greedy imperialists. The members of the United Gold Coast Convention, who first sounded the clarion call for freedom. The members of the Convention People's Party, who brought the battle for freedom to a successful conclusion. And all those who took the fight to the colonialists. We recall with pride and salute the memories of Yasantua, Jacob Say, John Mensah Saba, Joseph Casely Hayford, George Moore, R.S. Wood, Thomas Hutton Mills, Kwabena Sechi, James Kwegyir Aggrey, Ni Kwabena Boni III, Ephraim Amu, George Alfred Grant, Joseph Boakye Dankwa, Francis Awono Williams, R.S. Blake, J.W. de Graaf Johnson, Emmanuel Obecha Bilante, Edward Akufo-Addo, William Ofori-Atta, Ebenezer Akwaje, Kwame Nkrumah, Kwabena Kese, V.B. Annan, Jimmy Kwestase, Komla Agbeli Gbedema, Kojo Botsio, Kofi Bakon, Krobo Edusei, Nancy Tibo, Mumuni Bawumia, S.D. Domo, Kofi Abrefa Busia, Joe Apia, Victor Owusu, R.R. Amponsah, Bafo Seakoto, Modesto Apalu, S.G. Anton, Akua Shoshosho, and Dede Sikishan, and many others. Since we gained our independence, we've had difficulties and stumbled in the search to reach our potential. But Ghana has never lost her position as the inspirational leading light of the African continent. At 63, we know that we have squandered many opportunities that properly utilized would have brought us to the economic breakthrough to which we aspire. We lament, and rightly so, the infrastructure deficits that plague all sectors of our lives. and the considerable number of our people who still live in poverty. But if truth be told, we have solid reason to rejoice and be thankful to the Almighty, for this is a blessed nation. It is a good thing that we are usually so very hard on ourselves, and the critical voices sometimes drown out everything else. For as long as we have not achieved our economic goals, we cannot and should not relax and be complacent. However, we should learn to count our many blessings and not talk ourselves down unnecessarily. It surely must count for something that our nation has been spared the ravages of civil war that have racked some of our neighbors and other nations on the continent. It must count for something that we have been spared the epidemics that have brought havoc to other nations in our neighborhood. It certainly must count for something that we've been able to keep our terrorist activities from our country, and we can take for granted the peace and stability that define Ghana. Our politics might not always be the most edifying, but they are demanding and loud, and all citizens cherish the right to freedom of expression. We are into the 28th year of this Fourth Republic, the longest uninterrupted period of stable constitutional governance in our history. We've had regular, hard-fought elections and peaceful changes of administrations and managed to avoid any third-term maneuvers. That is something for which we should applaud ourselves. We should never forget that development through the democratic process, the path we have chosen in this Fourth Republic, is not exactly the easiest governance option. Many of the countries that have made miraculous economic transformations did so more often than not through authoritarian regimes. In earlier times, several of the developed economies built their successes on the back of slavery and work practices that would not be tolerated in any democracy today. Some may admire the results of raising down whole villages and new structures appearing in weeks. But we have to ask ourselves how much regimentation needed for such things would be tolerated by the Ghanaian psyche. Or dare I ask, where would we fit in our weekend funerals to be able to put in 7-day weeks? We should be proud of the liberal democratic path we are treading and unite to make it work. We could and should be able to bring out our people out of poverty and into prosperity faster. But let us acknowledge that good things are happening in our country and we are making progress. 19% of our people do not have access to potable water, but 81% of people in Ghana presently have access to safe water. We are making progress. The supply of electricity has reached 85% of the country. We are making progress. No child has died from measles in the past 17 years in Ghana. Fellow Ghanaians, in our country, measles used to be the leading killer of children aged under 5. We are making progress. No longer do mothers have to sell off their most treasured fabrics and jewelry, and fathers go to money lenders to be able to see their children through senior high school. Today, senior high school education is free for every child. we are making progress. There are more children in secondary school now, especially young girls, than we have ever had. We're changing the curricula and focus in education to meet the needs of the modern economy and prepare our young people to compete on the global scale. We are making progress. More and more people are embracing the need to preserve the beauty of our environment and the purity of our waters and oceans. We are making progress. Some 25 years ago, only a few wealthy people carried mobile telephones. It was a status symbol, and it gave them access to opportunities that few could dream of. In the year 2000, there were 90,000 mobile phone subscribers. In 2020, there are 41 million subscriptions. Mobile subscriber penetration is bigger than the population. We are making progress. The digital revolution is changing the face of our society and our country, and soon we will take a deserved place as a modern economy. We are making progress. The creative arts are thriving, and there are exciting things to interest a wide range of people. The fashion scene is vibrant and unearths new talent every day. Take a look around this stadium and feast your eyes on the riot of colors and the wide variety of styles that our kente weavers can conjure. Every day, this ancient, royal, eye-catching, beautiful fabric is reinvented to win over new generations. The kente, of course, has crossed over our boundaries and is no longer exclusively Ghanaian, but the symbol of identity for peoples of African descent everywhere. Our designers, tailors, and dressmakers keep Ghanaian-made clothes in the top range of attractive clothes. Art galleries are alive with established and new painters and sculptors, and there are signs of their innovative works all around us. We have always been known for musical talent, and this generation is keeping up the tradition. Fellow Ghanaians, there's renewed confidence in our foods and a strong belief in the things that define us as Ghanaians. We have always been known for arguments and debates, and in an election year, it is predictable that the decibel level would go up. That is what we're currently experiencing. But as the saying goes, even as the arguments get louder, we keep a keen lookout for each other's eyes. There is an Akan proverb that says, "Omeniku, ye kwa, ye kikan rinso, ye ntuasiye." When we fight as members of a community or family, we bite off hair, we do not uproot it. In other words, in our gravest moments of fury, we strive to avoid bloodshed. The consensus is holding for all of us to work towards the prosperous, peaceful, and happy Ghana we want. We all recognize that that the responsibility we carry as the first Saharan colonial country to gain independence is not simply to build a successful country. We owe it to the rest of the continent and the black race to demonstrate that indeed we can build and run a successful, prosperous, and happy country. This is a task we do not shirk and which all Ghanaians accept. Our Pan-African vision remains on course as we continue to be in the front line of the effort to forge a united Africa, and our peers have conferred and honored us with the duty to host the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are making progress. During the course of the year of return, which we marked last year, we were glad to welcome hundreds of thousands of visitors from the African diaspora. And we're hoping that the renewed relationship between Ghanaians and our kith and kin from the Caribbean and the Americas will grow from strength to strength. The initiative of Beyond the Return is the vision of a black world on both sides of the Atlantic, which leverages hard work, enterprise, creativity, and innovation to engage in mutually beneficial trade and investment cooperation that will guarantee the prosperity and dignity of black people the world over. I must say something before I conclude about the subject that currently concerns the whole world, and that is the novel coronavirus outbreak. It is a medical crisis that is bringing in its wake death and economic difficulties, and is spreading fear and panic throughout the world. In the early days of the outbreak, I constituted on 7th February a high-powered emergency response team to handle the crisis, which has been monitoring developments and reporting to me on a daily basis. Strict checks at our entry points are being conducted with rigorous screening procedures. Isolation and treatment centers have been designated for potential cases, and a quarantine center has been set up. 5,000 personal protective equipments for health workers have been procured and distributed to all regions and major health facilities, points of entry, teaching hospitals, treatment centers, and selected health facilities. Additional protective health equipment is being procured. Training of health workers in the treatment of the disease is being provided and is ongoing. In the interim, non-essential travel into Ghana is being strongly discouraged from high-risk countries, namely China, Iran, Italy, Japan, and South Korea. We're counting on the experts to do their part to safeguard us, but we all have a responsibility to take measures to help ourselves and each other. The recommendations are for each one of us to practice basic personal hygiene and be extra careful with sanitation. For the time being, as the Ministry of Health has advised, we have to revisit our custom of shaking hands and stop doing so completely. And we must cover our mouths when we cough or sneeze. We should pray, of course, that the Almighty continues to shield us, but it is also the time to pay attention to the health experts and reject all fraudulent claims for cures that would only threaten public health and safety. Please listen to and take seriously the public education messages being put out by the public health authorities. And I urge the churches, mosques, traditional authorities, civil society organizations, and opinion leaders all to join in helping to keep Ghana safe. We appreciate the active collaboration being offered by us by the Global Health Authority, the World Health Organization, and by Friends of Ghana in these trying times. The government, on its part, is determined to do whatever is necessary, including providing the requisite resources to ensure the safety of the population. Fellow Ghanaians, we've been treated to a marvelous performance by school children and men and women from the military and the services. It took hours and weeks of practice to be able to put up such a flawless display, and I wish to congratulate them all. The lessons will not be lost on us. To you, the men and women of the military and the services, who put your lives on the line to keep us and the country safe, I say Ghana is deeply in your debt. To you, the children who have been part of the captivating ceremony, I say very well done, and prepare yourself to carry the torch into a greater and brighter future. I wish all Ghanaians and friends of Ghana across the globe a joyous 63rd Independence Anniversary. And once again, Prime Minister Rowley, thank you, your wife, and your delegation for coming from Trinidad to join us to share our special day. May God bless us all and our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Forces Sergeant Major Chief Warrant Officer Bakar Ramos is marching forward to lead the contingent to give 3 hearty cheers to the President of the Republic of Ghana and a powerful yell for Mother Ghana.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. May I please have your permission to hail the troops, Mr. President.
Will remove headdress. Remove!
Three hearty cheers to the President of the Republic of Ghana, Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Adopt the posture, left foot. Pull together. Let's pull together. We shall pull together. Resume the pressure. Left foot. Let's go together with one accord.
Ghana is the star of Africa.
Let's go together with one accord.
Ghana is the star of Africa.
Ghana, let's go.
We are the star.
Move it.
We are the star.
Ghana is the star of
Africa.
Ghana for Maniachi. 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 Special one for the 241 and so by a boarding.
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 What's the bracket that you want to say? Yes, Nana Santi. Oh, Psycho. And so by a boarding. What's the bracket that you want to say? Yes, President Melihele over. May I please have your permission to follow, Mr. President? Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, prayed over, may I have your permission to march off the colors and the remainder of the parade, Mr. President?
You are humbly requested to rise when the colors are passing your location, and all personnel in uniform are reminded to pay the appropriate compliments.
Sir, march of the colors. Parade. Present arms.
Calafate. By the center. Quick march. 10 direction right. Right. Forward.
May we please be seated? Shall we please rise and we'll remain standing for the national anthem?
National salute. Present arms. Stand is.
We shall please remain standing and stay at our positions as the President and other dignitaries depart before we leave. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to remind all that the Ghana Armed Forces Open Day activities will be held at all garrisons on Saturday, 14th March 2020. The Ghana Armed Forces wishes to invite the general public, and particularly all school children, to be part of this day to get to know and learn more about the Ghana Armed Forces. Permit me to acknowledge the Formation Commander of the Fly Pass, Squadron Leader Dawe, and his crew, Flight Lieutenant Sabuache and Flight Lieutenant Anand, for their splendid performance. If you want to have a feel of more of the Ghana Air Force, take note and visit the Air Force bases in Accra, Tamale, and Tapadi on Saturday, 14th March 2020.
And all GES staff are to take note. Students and GES staff, the Director General and Management of Ghana Education Service take this opportunity to congratulate teachers, students and students for their smart turnout at this year's Independence Parade. It is expected that teachers, pupils and students will take advantage of the weekend to rest and fully refresh themselves to resume academic work on Monday. Please note that Monday, 9th March 2020 is not a holiday. Signed by the Director General, Professor Christopher Kwamampa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Departure formalities begin right away. All drivers of our VVIPs, please bring your cars through where you came. The President of the Republic is to depart first, followed by the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and then the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana will follow, and then Ashanti Regional Otufo Osei Tutu follows.
All school contingents have moved to Dia Senior High School. All school contingents, the 13 school contingents have moved to Dia Senior High School right now. Thank you.
And as we end this year's 63rd Independence Anniversary celebration, we want to show appreciation to the following companies and organizations that supported our anniversary this year: Guinness Ghana Limited, Star Life, Baltic Mineral Water, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Global Media Alliance, Verna Water, MTN, Casapreco Awake Water, Casben, Utek FM, Ash FM, Angel FM, Planting for Food and Jobs, Out Make Sound, Wound to Me Radio and TV, as well as the National Youth Authority. Departing now is the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo.
The Vice President is the next to depart, and then the President, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, our special guest. All drivers of the VVIPs, please follow in that order as you came. All drivers of the VVIPs, please follow in the order you came. DJ Lalani Gocha, Ocha.
Well, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is about to leave.